Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right. What is up today? This evening? What is new? When one DGen falls, two rise up. Not true. That's not true. Not today, DGens. Not today. All right. I've got a guest coming on tonight. Hey, Jay Eakin, what is up, my man? We're going to have a lefty on tonight. We're going to talk politics a little bit. He sent me a link earlier, but now I can't, or not a link, but I thought he messaged me earlier. But maybe he didn't. Maybe he just put it in my channel. I'm trying to find where, what he, where we were talking back and forth. Maybe it's on his channel. Let me go find it. Anyway, we're going to have a guy on tonight. We're going to talk some politics. And then about an hour and a half in, guys, we're going to flip it. We're going to go to gun prattle, I think. We're going to have to do the gun prattle. We have to. We just have to, okay? We just have to. Because gun prattle is the best prattle. Let me find this guy's channel here. I just had it. There it is. Let me message this guy. There we go. We'll get him. He can punch in anytime. What's up, Jay Eakin? Good to see you out there. Good to see everyone out there. Let's see who's up in the chat already tonight. We've got braided. What is this? Braided water line. It sounds like fishing line to me, and we know I'm a good fisherman. I've got Badass 93 Stang up in the joint. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. We got Real Rain 89 checking in. He says, Hales, what's up? Carvana Tana. What? Carvana. That guy says, when one DGen falls, two rise. Not today. Not today, DGen. Jay Eakin is up in the house. He's one of our best mods. He's a Chad. He's a Giga Chad, the man, the myth, the legend. So, we'll get this lefty in here pretty soon. Tyler is also supposed to come in tonight. Not really sure if he's going to make it until I'm not sure what time he's going to make it, to be honest with you. What's up, 13? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I hope you're doing better. I know you went through kind of a rough space there. So I'm glad to see you there.
And can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
Hang on, I'm not hearing you.
You can't hear me? Yeah, audio settings kind of important. I can hear you fine.
Let's see. Am I doing something wrong here? I can't hear him.
You're going to want to, down there where it says mute and it's got the mic signal, there's a tick next to it. Open that, and that's going to give you your audio settings.
Ooh, dark mode. Yeah, let's do that. My eyes be less cancer.
So, but yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have a real
this thing
live.
Works, to be honest.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Shit. Hang on. Video capture device. I just disable this, right? Remove. Because I don't use that anyway. Let's try that again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Let's just find my OG pick then. Yeah, there we go. Let's just do that.
Can you hear me now?
Is it uploading? I wonder if homie knows I can't hear him.
Let me he's over Discord.
Okay, how do I... Oh, you should be fine. Okay, let me...
Anyway, so while he's getting that settled out, guys, an interesting turn to my week happened yesterday as I was perusing the internets. Thing popped up on Facebook. Not I don't use Facebook that often anymore. It's kind of a trash heap, but it's good for some things. And so I have no idea how I got this specific alert, but a plane that I used to fly a lot, 85 Romeo Whiskey, went down yesterday, crashed. Pilot's okay. It looks like what it was a solo flight cross country, where the guy flew out and flew back and apparently didn't bother to check his fuel levels, or maybe he was on the wrong tank or something. And we'll know when the report comes out. But at any rate, went down. Could have put it in a field, but missed a field by looks like about 50 feet and ended up in some trees. I think I might have some pretty excellent pictures of it. I'll dig those out later, and we'll be talking about that. Well, I'll at least throw the picture up, But yeah, it's I've got a lot of hours in that airplane, and it's gone now. It's gone for good. No more airplane. So. Can you hear me now there, LSP? Can I hear you now is a more important question. So you can hear me. I can't hear you. So if you've already selected your audio out, you may have to go out and come back in and then check your settings. So all you got to just disconnect and reconnect. Try that. So everybody has a hard time the first time, like anything else. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry I'm being so quiet. It does suck, but
Hello?
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Wow, I am so zoomed in on this screen. I'm sorry. I've never used the slab thing like this.
Yeah, it can be a little daunting the first time.
Did I hear you used to fly airplanes?
Yeah, actually, I was just one of the airplanes that I flew. I've got a lot of hours. I'm about to throw a picture of it up on the screen. Went down yesterday. It crashed. It looks like a student pilot. It's one of the airplanes I flew in my training. So let me.
Did you fly in the Air Force? Like, what did you do?
No. I'm a private pilot. I just fly for the fuck of it.
That's cool. Is it hard to get your license? Because I've played this is like not the same thing, but I played like flight simulators and was like, wow, I love this. I'm gonna fly.
Yeah. I use
it's always like a dream.
A lot. I use an actual a real flight simulator a lot. So this is the airplane that I've got. Man, I've got probably 25, 30 hours in this airplane. And,
that's unfortunate though.
It went down pretty good there. Pretty good. So there you go. I was not flying it. It was another person flying it.
Is he okay or did he die?
He lived. I mean, walked away. Yeah, just walked away from it. Yeah, no problems. So, yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Are you on Wi-Fi by chance?
Does my mic sound like super shoddy?
No, but your profile picture is not coming through, and sometimes it just means you're lagging quite a bit. You don't have like a really wonderful connection. So
it's fine on my end, but I don't know how this site works.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, but it's fine. So we can hear you. That's all.
Yeah,
that's all we need. So, but yeah.
Let's disable virtual background. Maybe
So
I got a better
have
screen
we,
avatar.
Have we spoken before? I feel like that you.
We've been on a few panels together.
I'm sorry?
We've been on a few panels together.
Okay.
We probably travel in the same circles. You and I both know Gibbs, I believe, for instance.
Oh, yeah. I like Gibbs.
Probably Prime Kai. Yeah.
Yeah, Prime Kai.
Yeah, I was curious. Did you catch the State of the Union?
I got some of it. I didn't catch a lot of it. I've been very busy last week, and I was actually the reason I've been so busy is I was actually a little bit sick Friday, Saturday, and a good chunk of Sunday. So I wanted to catch all of the State of the Union, but unfortunately, I only really caught like a chunk of the middle. And then I had to go do other stuff. So I didn't get to say, like, apparently the opening was just fantastic and really like just amazing. And then the middle where I was I thought he did a pretty good, I thought he did a pretty decent job. And then I don't know what he did at the end of it. I don't know.
Sometimes he comes across as presidential, and then other times it's like a light switch to a complete buffoon, in my opinion. But it was exhausting. It was like an hour, and it was more than an hour and a half. Like an hour and a half, I was like ready to tap out. It was like insane.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. So I have the same criticism for Biden and Obama. I don't think Obama was ever presidential at all. I felt like he felt like a mid-tier banker that I wouldn't trust to get a car loan from, and Biden was always like he was like the guy that never clocks in at work. Like he's just sits behind his desk and asks, where's his stapler? You know what I'm saying? Like, well, you probably don't. You never saw the movie Clerks, but
yeah, I have.
Have you? Oh, so you get the stapler reference, right? So
I'm a dinosaur, I promise.
All right, cool. So I can't ever say that Biden was ever presidential. Not one time, not one thing he's ever done would have made me think that's the president of the United States. But yet Trump, every time I see him speak, he's presidential. Whether or not you like his language or what he's saying, that's always a matter of opinion, but or not opinion necessarily.
Well, is like telling somebody quiet piggy, that's presidential to you?
I'm sorry?
Telling somebody quiet piggy, that's presidential to you?
Quiet piggy?
Yeah, a reporter.
Yeah,
if he tells a reporter,
be quiet piggy. Yeah, I could see that. Especially in modernity, right? Like, I mean, so here's the thing. If Thomas Jefferson said something like, be quiet, swine, would that be a problem for you?
I don't know. It depends on the context. It's not Trump. Sure, I mean, Trump's not. Yeah, right. Trump's not in like this fierce political battle. He got a question from a reporter he didn't like, so he's like, quiet piggy.
Yeah.
It's not. These are not like. I don't know what like situation it would be okay with Jefferson. Like if he was doing that to reporters, I probably wouldn't feel good about it.
This is my test for this, right? Would I do it? And if I would do it,
oh yeah, that's a good question. Would you tell somebody who asks you a question, quiet piggy?
If they were rude about it, I absolutely would.
Was that reporter rude about it?
I feel like they were. Maybe you don't, but maybe I do.
Why did you feel they were rude about it?
I'm actually drawing a kind of a blank on her exact question, but I would assume that she was rude. Because Trump just doesn't do that. Like he's a consummate politician, business deal maker guy.
He insults people all the time. What do you mean?
He does it specifically. He does it on purpose. He doesn't do it without reason.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Give me a second though. Let me get the question. Lucy was asking Trump about recently released emails from deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, specifically one where Epstein claimed that Trump knew about the girls. So there's a claim from the Epstein files that Trump knew about the girls, and he's being asked a question about it by this reporter, and that's when he says quiet piggy.
The topic at hand, though.
I don't know what the topic was. It could have been an oppressor.
Right. So this is my recollection is
Wait, I'm just sorry. Just real quick. If it wasn't, that would make it okay to tell somebody quiet piggy?
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
Do you not?
No, I don't. I think
all right, hold on.
It's rude because it's rude. It just makes it seem like you have something to cover up. It makes it seem like you're afraid to answer the question. It makes you seem rude, belligerent. And when you're president and you're being asked about a sex crime you're implicated in, it just seems unpresidential.
You're just talking over me. That's very interesting. So is there any situation where you think that it would be acceptable to say quiet piggy to a reporter who's being rude and interrupting you?
As president, no.
I'm sorry?
As president, no.
Okay. Well, then we'll never disagree. We'll never agree on that because I think that people are people, and a president being rude to someone is irrelevant to me.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay, I guess I come at this from a completely different perspective. My president's supposed to be a role model for people. You know, I don't want it to be the case that he establishes a standard that people watch and this man behave like a child. And they come away with the idea that it's okay to resolve your issues by calling people names, telling them to shut up. I mean, a big problem in America today, a big problem in America today is like how insanely divided America is.
This is an insane double standard.
Just to be clear, though, you're interrupting me now in my answer.
I am because you're going on a diatribe, and I want to stop you before you get too far off subject. This is an insane parallax.
Mm-hmm.
So you think that Trump's verbiage is poor, and yet you call people names all the time.
Okay.
Why is it okay?
I'm the president of the United States.
So?
If I was president of the United States, I'd be a bit different, yeah.
Is he a human being? So you're expecting the president?
I expect the president to be higher than a human being. I expect the president to be a president.
Really? So okay,
yes, I expect my president to act like a president.
So, all right. So So hold on. Before I proceed, I'm going to make an assumption. Tell me if I'm wrong. That you voted for Biden and thought Biden was the right choice, and you probably voted for him. You would have voted for him again had he been anywhere near competent, which he wasn't. But we all knew it. In the second term,
I would have voted for Biden. To answer your question, before you go on your own diatribe, yes.
You voted for Biden. I don't want to make an assumption here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, do you think Biden was in any way presidential?
Yeah, I don't think Biden was like rude or belligerent to the degree Trump is. Trump makes racist, gross.
Trump is okay. So you agree that?
Yeah, to the degree.
Belligerent.
No, I don't.
You don't.
What evidence do you have Biden was rude and belligerent? What instance was Biden being rude and belligerent?
I'm not coming. Nothing's coming.
Yeah, you're on a blank because that's what I mean. Like, if we needed to, I could pick example after example of Donald Trump being rude, belligerent, sexist, gross. Like, there's so many examples of that. You couldn't think of one for Biden while you're trying to nitpick the idea that he's rude and belligerent. It's just wrong.
I don't care about Biden. I never.
Okay, why did you just bring him up? You just asked that question. Why did you tried to call me a hypocrite? Said I voted for Joe Biden, even though Joe Biden was rude and belligerent. That was the thread you were trying to go down.
Dude, calm down. Take it down a notch.
I'm just heading off your argument where you're going because you don't seem to realize where you're going.
Bro, you can't even answer a simple question without going to level 11.
Level 11. I asked you a question. Like, what example do you have that Joe Biden was rude or belligerent?
Yeah, I can't think of one, but I'm asking you: had he been that way, would you have had a problem with it? And you said
no. I would. Yes, I would have a problem with Biden being rude or belligerent. Yes.
Okay, all right. So. And I can't remember. I just didn't pay enough attention to Biden's presidency. I just didn't give a shit because he was he wasn't the guy in charge. He obviously was fucking phoning that shit in because he couldn't even walk up steps in an airplane. That's fine.
Have you ever seen those clips of Donald Trump being handed executive orders and then being explained what those executive orders are?
I have not seen those clips. You got one?
Would you like to watch one? Yeah, let's watch one together. Yeah. And here's a challenge for you when I bring this up. I'm going to challenge you. Can you find me one of Joe Biden getting handed an executive order and then having explained what it is as he's doing it?
No, because I don't think I could find a clip of him being handed an executive order. We know that most of them were signed by the auto pen. So, I mean, that's a huge scandal in and of itself. So I wouldn't even bother with that.
Hasn't Trump signed things with auto pen?
No.
Really? You don't think Trump signed anything with auto pen?
I don't think he signed anything with an auto pen, but
Has Trump signed anything with auto pen? Let's find out.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Trump has.
I don't think he has.
Yeah, Donald Trump has used the auto pen during his presidency, a common practice among U.S. presidents for handling high-volume, routine correspondence.
Okay.
Key details. I mean, we can go over this, but he's been handing auto pens for a while.
Well, executive orders. Has he signed? Because, every time I see him sign an executive order, it's at his desk with an actual pen.
Oh, okay, so you just don't believe executive orders unless it's being provided like in a clip to you? Do you ever look up the clips?
An executive order should not be signed by an auto pen. I just believe that. Do you not believe that?
I don't really care. I don't really care. I think as long as you can establish the president's intent, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, so I don't think Biden knew what he was signing at all, ever.
Okay. Oh, just give me a second so we can find the clip, please.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm waiting. But while we're doing that,
these are all like full clips.
Are you a full-on leftist? Are you what do you consider yourself?
A patriotic American liberal.
A patriotic American liberal.
Yeah, somebody who firmly believes in the Constitution, like the First Amendment, and has an issue with Trump sending mass men to deport them from the country for their speech.
Okay, your mic's clipping because you're either your audio's bad or you're yelling into your mic because it's clipping, and I only get like every half a word.
Hang on.
Now it's better.
Let me just turn my audio up. There was some background noise earlier. No, I consider myself a patriotic liberal American. I'm a firm believer in the Constitution. And the damage Donald Trump's done to the Constitution, I think, is just, I don't know, it's anti-American.
Okay.
Here. I expect you to watch like the full 15 minutes.
Well, you said you had a clip. You said, have I seen the clips? The clip is usually like a couple of minutes. All right. Well, yeah, I got you over here.
I can find one. What?
Signs 8. I don't think this is a smoking gun that.
Yeah, you're right. Let me find your clip. Well, we can go on while I do this. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Just give me a second. There we go.
So you wouldn't disagree that Donald? Well, I guess you find that behavior presidential.
Today.
Hang on.
Hold on.
Quite an important signing, so we thought we'd let you watch. If we could, I'd ask Will to explain the first, but really more importantly, explain the second, and we'll start signing. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Just 2 items for your signature today. The first is the formal commission appointing Chris Rochelot to be the Deputy Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. And since the
so he is supposed to be provided executive orders, having explained to him.
Administrator position is currently.
It just feels like you just did a total 180 from what your position was earlier.
No, I think that it's part of the way it's supposed to be is that they're supposed to explain what they're handing him, so he doesn't sign something that is slipped in there, right? Like,
why are they explaining it to him?
They're explaining it to the American public what he's signing.
Why isn't he explaining it? He's the one signing it.
I don't know. Maybe you could ask. But can we find?
Can we find an equivalent to Joe Biden being provided?
See if Obama did this.
Yeah, please find me a clip of Obama being provided an executive order and then having it explained to him what it is.
That this isn't common practice. I think it's common practice. I prove it's not.
I'm not going to prove it's not. I already proved Donald Trump has handed. Actually, you didn't claim this was common practice before. Actually, you took issue with me. You wanted me to find this clip. If you accepted this was common practice, you wouldn't actually have me find the clip for you.
Signing by auto pen. Oh wait, I didn't knock him off, did I? Oh no, I can't see.
I was providing that as an example that Donald Trump isn't there mentally in his presidency. Even he doesn't run his own presidency. He has to have people provide things for him and explain it to him. He's just a rubber stamp.
I don't. I'm going to disagree with you there, but that's fine.
Okay. I don't know, man. So just on the topic of state of the union, because I feel like I got a little derailed there. I think a major problem facing America today is like the unique levels of divisiveness we have. Like, we are insanely divided in a way we haven't been, arguably since like the Civil War or Reconstruction. Like, we're probably more divided than we've ever been. And Donald Trump is just the worst person to simmer down temperature. See, he does not ever de-escalate. Like, could you provide me an example of Donald Trump ever de-escalating?
How do you mean de-escalate? I mean, give me an example of where you feel like he did.
Well, like January 6th was this build up to violence where Donald Trump waited 3 hours before tweeting like, "Hey, go home."
Oh, yeah. Tom Fuller says he didn't sign the AEA. Oh, interesting. I think that's the auto pen act. But anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted you there. Go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, I was just giving examples of like things Donald Trump does where, well, for example, there was that news interview where he said violence on the left wing is like an existential threat to America, but violence on the right is righteous because it's responses to the left.
What violence on the right has there been?
Oh, well, there's the killing of the politician from Minnesota, for example, or the bludgeoning of Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Which politician from Minnesota?
Melissa Hortman, a Democratic politician.
But that wasn't done by a right winger.
Yes, it was. It was done by a right-wing Trump supporter.
It was done by someone who was a member of their staff that worked for both parties. Guy was not right wing, and he had like mental problems. Like, what are you talking about? Are you just talking political talking points?
Okay, that was an example of right-wing violence. You can reject it if all you want. It's not. It's right-wing violence against a left-winger, and then right-wingers like Mike Lee made a meme out of it. You're denying this happened?
All right. Let's go with. I'll even say, all right, fine. That's one. All right. I see Tom Fuller.
The bludgeoning of Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer by a QAnoner, where then Trump was making jokes about it. You don't think that's escalatory?
I don't believe that guy was right-wing. And wasn't that guy like naked?
Okay, even if it wasn't right wing, let's even just say it was just a random attack. Do you think Trump's making jokes about it is escalatory? Is that escalatory?
What joke did Trump make?
Asking like, how's Nancy Pelosi's husband doing as a wink and a nod to the idea that he's gay, or his son tweeting out a picture of underwear and hammer saying he's got his Nancy Pelosi Halloween costume.
Okay, so you're first of all, you're conflating Trump with wait, what just happened? Oh, never mind. Sorry, it was weird.
Here, I'm going to send you something on Discord. I'd like you to put it on screen for me.
Why is this still up? All right, I'm on Discord. Yeah. Let's see. Open it.
While you do this, I just want to go on another screen. Another problem America has, not just its unique divisiveness, that divisiveness is part because right America and left America live in two totally two totally different realities, and this is the example I'm talking about. Here's some evidence. Melissa, by the way, you didn't put it on screen, but
I vet all evidence before I put it on screen. I mean, I'm not an idiot.
Okay, well, just Vance Bolter, the suspect accused of the assassination of House Speaker Melissa Hortman, had a documented history of voting in Republican contests and supporting Republican candidates. He voted Republican. He still got a long time history of supporting Donald Trump, and he voted for him.
The Minnesota Reformer is such a great source there. Do you have it from an actual source? Like, I don't know. Anybody else?
This game of like fishing you a million sources. You can provide something that's counter evidence, but no.
I don't believe that his long-term wait, hang on, I'll put it up there. Why is this not?
Wait, if I find you another source that says the same thing, are you gonna like switch your tune?
I don't care about your source. It's fine.
Why'd you ask for a second source then?
Because I think this is a bullshit source, but it's
okay.
fine.
Well, the second source make a difference. If I gave you a different source,
it's not going to make a difference to me. No,
it doesn't matter what the source is. You just don't want to accept that this guy is Republican, despite evidence.
Yeah. Viewer profile data gathered from the GOP data center confirmed the following: 2024 Republican primary voter voted in the Minnesota Republican presidential primary. Okay, that's fine. Supported for Donald Trump. Okay, sure. He was remember now he worked in the office. Mm-hmm. Political affiliation, while state records from 2016-2020 lists his official affiliation as none or no party preference, his actions and peer accounts identified him as politically conservative and right-leaning. Ideology. Bolter held deeply religious views, was staunchly anti-abortion, and had a history of criticizing LGBT whatever identities. Okay, sure. Keep going. I'll leave it. That's fine.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. As I was saying, like, so one of the problems also facing America, and this is like example. I think the episode we just had is like.
Hold on. That's one example. You said there were multiple examples.
Okay, I gave Nancy Pelosi's husband's bludgeoning as well as an example.
That guy wasn't a right wing anything.
The QAnoner was not right wing.
No, he was not, and it was for a long time.
What was his political affiliation?
There's, I don't know, but I believe that there was suspicion that him and Mr. Pelosi had some kind of like dealings of some kind.
What evidence is there for that?
I don't know. That's why I said there were.
Well, if you don't know, why are you repeating it? Why are you throwing it out there if you don't know?
Because I also don't know that the guy, this Minnesota guy, was actually a Republican or just decided that, hey, you know what? I'm a Christian now, and I'm going to go make this. I'm going to go kill this person who, for some reason, that's not political.
Okay.
Keep going.
Here, and you can.
Massive amount of what I'm looking for here. The problem, and where I'm going with this is, you can find individual small, like, one or two examples of a right winger doing that. However, I can literally list the trans dude that shot up the school here in Nashville.
You mean the one with the Nazi tattoo?
He did not have a Nazi tattoo. You're an idiot. Don't do that. That's bad form. Literally basic pick.
Hang on. Can we put this on your screen, please? This tattoo, so we can evaluate it communally. The one with the Thunderbolt symbols in the skull. You're saying that's not a Nazi tattoo?
The trans dude that shot up the school in Nashville had a lightning tattoo, and their manifesto said that they were unhappy. They shot up a Christian school. You're going to claim that as a right?
Okay, can we, before we pivot, is that a Nazi tattoo or not? Like, can you show your chat, please?
Oh, there. Hang on. I gotta.
Yeah.
I'm not paying attention to Discord enough.
No, I understand. It's cool.
I don't believe that that's the guy who shot up the Christian school in Nashville. Is it?
Who is it? Yeah, it is.
That's not the guy who shot up the Christian school in Nashville.
Oh, no, this is the recent one. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
I confused it with another trans shooter. This was the one that just happened. Chill, dog.
Again, we can keep going. Democrats.
Okay, well, do you want to? Where do you want to? Yeah.
So the majority of violence that we see seems to come from the Democrat Party. Maybe not on leftists. I'm not even going to say liberals for the most part.
Democrats are committing violence.
Yeah.
Which Democrats are committing violence?
How far back do you want to go?
Let's say 2016. Which Democrats are committing violence?
You had, hang on. I don't prepare for this shit. I just kind of wing it.
Okay.
Let's see. We had 2016. That was, I believe the trans shooter in Nashville was in 2018. So we got to go back further than that. Well, I mean, obviously Chop Chaz, but that was pre-2016. No, that wasn't.
Chaz, like the... Okay.
Chop Chaz was, I think, probably...
Was Chop Chaz? I've never heard of this.
The Portland, Oregon takeover?
Oh, okay. And that's your example of left-wing violence? Okay. Yeah. Wait, you think the Democratic Party was behind that?
They were all leftists. I believe they were Democrats. I know that the entire political party organization in that area was.
Do you have any evidence of this?
Chaz was 2017. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence that the Democratic Party is behind this or facilitated this in any way?
Well, I believe the mayor, actually, who was a Democrat, said to just not bother. They didn't want to do anything about it.
That's what the mayor said. The mayor said, "Don't do anything about it."
I believe the police were told to not enter, to not go arrest them.
Can you provide the quote from the mayor, please? Like what he said, "Don't do anything about it."
Yeah.
And this is the Democratic mayor.
Yeah. Let's see. Hang on. I got to use a more specific search. I think it's funny that you think the Democrats are the party of peace. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I just think it's funny because that you keep saying this, but you can't provide like any examples.
I've given you examples. You just don't care.
What, Chaz?
Yeah, Chop Chaz, Capitol Hill Occupy protest, known as Capitol Hill Organized the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, was an occupation protest and self-declared autonomous zone in the Capitol Hill region of Seattle, Washington. It wasn't Portland, Oregon. My mistake. The zone originally covering 2 intersections at the corner of Cal Anderson Park, blah, blah, blah. The formation of the zone was preceded by tense interactions between protesters and police in riot gear. On June 1st, thousands of Seattle residents were attending a permitted rally in Westlake. Police line the north side, chaotic, blah, 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 blah. It's just tear gas, nonsense like that. I need political stuff here. Where's the political stuff?
Yeah, I don't see any. I see him criticizing the federal government for what he says is escalating, but I don't see any evidence that he's like directing anybody to not do anything.
I'm looking. Seattle Mayor Jenny Durkin, by the way, was a woman, not a man. My apologies again. I may be thinking of something else. Said the zone had a block party atmosphere, even though there were multiple murders, which were never prosecuted. Later, the New York Times contrasted Durkin's words with local business people accounts of harassment, vandalism, and lootings. Durkin met with protesters and told them that the city planned to remove most barricades and limit the zone's area. For shooting left a 16-year-old black boy. So the mayor did nothing.
He just said like he was gonna restrict the zone area. What do you mean?
It wasn't a he.
Sorry, she.
Basically, hold on here. It's I can't see where all she really did was just basically to make excuses for them and say that it was a block party atmosphere. That was funny.
Well, what's the context of that? I mean, like if she says that and then it's inappropriate, like that's dumb. But I don't see evidence that she's saying don't enforce the law, Chaz. I don't get where
the police. She told the police to stand down and not go in there. Then after that, it was
that claim. That's what I'm looking for evidence of.
So Durkin met with protesters, told them the city plan, blah blah blah, calling the situation dangerous and unacceptable. Police Chief Carmen Best, also a woman, told reporters, enough is enough. We need to be able to get back into the area. On July 1st, after Durkin issued an executive order, police cleared the area of protesters and reclaimed the East Precinct. So, yeah, she eventually caved to the police chief saying, hey, we got to get this back in control.
Gotcha.
Where's the phone formation?
So your evidence of democratic violence is the mayor of Seattle not responding to this.
Democrats committing the violence. I'm saying that the mayor stood.
What evidence do you have there were Democrats committing the violence?
To go on. What do you mean?
Yeah, what evidence do you have that Democrats were committing the violence?
Okay, who was the typical member of BLM? Was it a Democrat or a Republican?
I mean, they might be more Democrat, but we're talking about Chaz. What evidence do you have that Democrats are behind Chaz?
Might be more Democrat. I don't.
Well, yeah, the Republican Party is incredibly racist. I wouldn't be shocked if you had to do a demographic breakdown of BLM. They'd all be Democrat.
Can you point me to a single actual, well, even a claimed Republican that participated in BLM activity?
Okay, I'm sure there's been Republicans that participated in BLM activities. Can I point to one? Yeah, actually, I can. You're going to laugh, but Kyle Rittenhouse actually said he supports BLM.
I remember him saying that he supported their right to protest.
Yeah, and I think he said he supports BLM. I can find you like the actual quote. It wasn't like I support the right to protest.
Yeah, I actually saw him at SHOT. He with a minigun. I thought it was funny.
Kyle Rittenhouse stated in a November 2021 interview with Fox News that he supports the Black Lives Matter movement. I'm not a racist person. I support the BLM movement. I support peacefully demonstrating.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he shot kind of some dipshits for attacking him. Like, I can get that. But, like, this is an example of, like, a person that's not a Democrat. As you wanted to right-wing participating in BLM, right? He wasn't there to shoot up people. He was actually there to support the community.
I said participated in. You're saying, well, by loose association, this guy said something.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Who do you know? There's no Republicans that participated in BLM riots. Okay.
Wait, are there any examples of Democrats participating in BLM riots? Or are we just gonna
by a bunch of lefties who just were basically.
All right. Mitt Romney was the first Republican to join a BLM march. Will Hurd joined a BLM march. Catherine Mathewson launched the Kenosha Guard. These are Republicans. There's been congressional acknowledgments by Louis Gohmert that states that Black Lives Matter.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
How many Republicans have been arrested for rioting at BLM?
At BLM, not much, but like a shitload at January 6th, at least 1,500 that Donald Trump pardoned. People who attacked police officers, if you remember.
Two entirely different events. I don't know why you.
I know.
You immediately have to go to Jan 6. You don't.
I do, because it seems like you're glossing over a major area of right-wing violence in order to just indict the left. Like, we walked through this talking point where you had to describe the Democratic Party as inciting violence, but you're ignoring like massive violence by the Republican Party. Wait, what do you think is more inciting for violence? Can you give me an example of Democrats pardoning? No. Can you give me an example? You think Donald Trump? Yeah. All right. What?
Intellectual honesty here.
I've been intellectually honest this whole time, my friend.
No, you've not.
How about I been intellectually honest?
Democrat I've ever met.
Have I not been intellectually honest?
You know, and I actually thought you might be different, but
okay, cool. How have I not been intellectually honest?
How many times have I had to say, that's not what you said? That's not, I had to pull you back. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I don't think you're tracking the conversation, dude.
I'm sorry. You used Kyle Rittenhauser just 3 minutes ago, and I said, how many participated in a BLM riot? How many Republicans have burned down buildings at a BLM riot? How many Republicans?
Okay, you got me.
How many conservatives threw?
You know what? All of them. Every one of them. Every one of those people during the BLM riot were Republicans.
How many?
All of them. They were Republicans.
Can you show how many?
They were Republicans.
Violence can you show?
Yeah, from the Republican Party. From the Republican Party. Bob January 6th, he didn't like that.
Well, I don't care about January 6th yet. We haven't gotten there. Well, I'm talking about the summer of little baby.
Okay, how many Republicans? They were all Republicans. Can you prove they weren't?
How many at the BLM stuff?
Yeah, all of them were Republicans. Every single person who rioted was a Republican. Can you prove they weren't?
Yeah, I probably can.
Go. Okay, go. Do it. It should be easy.
We know that. Who are the organizers?
Yeah, it was the Republican Party.
Who are the organizers?
It was the Republican Party.
They were not the Republican Party. You know it.
Then why is Mitt Romney's fingerprints all over this?
This is why you can't have a conversation with a lefty.
I agree, dude. Like, you see how dumb this is? Like, what I'm trying to point out is you can't prove that the Democrats are behind these riots, but you're making this incredibly bombastic claim that you cannot support with evidence. All I did was the same thing you did with Democrats, right back to you.
But I'm being intellectually honest about it.
No, you're not. You have no evidence that Democrats committed violence.
You absolutely cannot, in good faith, in any circumstance, not say that yes.
Yeah, your initial claim was actually that Democrats were behind Chaz. You have no evidence of that.
Literally threw bricks through windows, who looted stores, who stole things.
And Donald Trump pardoned 1,500 people who attacked police officers.
Literally.
And your president, your pedophile president, pardoned 1,500 people who attacked police officers. Neither are you, my friend. Neither are you. I've been honest this entire time. Every single thing I've said has been backed up as true. Every single thing I've said has been provided, had a source provided. You've not been able to demonstrate one true thing. Every time you're challenged to provide examples, you say, I don't know, but I'm sure.
I gave you a perfect example.
What example? BLM? You have no evidence that Democrats. Actually, your first example was Chaz, and you have no evidence that Democrats were behind Chaz. That was your claim.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Democratic political machine that didn't do anything about it until they were forced to.
Okay, then Donald Trump was behind January 6th.
Who cares?
I care. He's a treasonous president. He's behind January 6th. He didn't do anything about it until he was forced to. After somebody had been fucking shot.
January 6th, okay.
And you know what? God fucking luck. It wasn't more fucking dead bodies being carted out of there because your idiot pedophile president could face it and lost an election.
Okay.
You should care about that. That's the difference between us. I'm a patriotic American who cares about the constitutional order of things.
My volume's lower.
Yeah.
I don't really need my volume to be high. I turned it down the other day because I was blowing somebody out. I don't know what I did.
I'm sorry, can you excuse me? I'm going to get some Coke. Keep my throat calm.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be back.
Coke's illegal, though. You know, so don't say that on. Yeah, I got some setting here that I accidentally turn down occasionally. That let me I'm also not really yelling at this guy. Is that better, guys? Is that better? Anyone? Is that louder? I mean, it seems louder. I don't know.
My distance from the mic this time. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. My job is to talk, so it's actually kind of painful after a day.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
If I provided you a source, a study that said that the majority of political violence in America is right-wing political violence, I'm assuming you would.
Yeah, send it over.
Okay, give me a second.
Yeah, I have to turn my volume down sometimes because I go on different people's podcast or whatnot, and my volume is like super loud, which, whatever.
All right, sorry about that.
That's all right, man. I'm just explaining to my
inconvenient to track things down. Sorry, what's up?
I was just explaining to my chat that I go into a bunch of different spaces and I have to turn my mic down so I'm not blowing out everybody. And I'm not yelling, so they were like, "Hey, you're a lot quieter than he is." I'm like, "Yeah, that's good. That's all, no problem." But most of it is that I just turn my shit down a lot. So
yeah, I'm still getting used to so I used to stream a lot more often. I'm trying to get used to it all over again, and I have no idea what my settings are supposed to be. It's actually so bad I've forgotten everything.
It's all anyway. Good. So it got that here. Okay.
Yeah, it's like right in the opening syllabus. Like, in fact, the number of far right attacks.
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it should be easy to say all political violence is inappropriate, right? It's just I don't feel like the president's ever said that. Or if he has, maybe you could provide me an example of it.
Sorry, I'm still kind of perusing through this. It is in the first comment that the white supremacist, which I'm not even. Is that even a real thing anymore? I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Is it? You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
So far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives. In the same period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks. This is from the NIJ.
Yes. So, in fact, this was actually on the Justice Department website, and the Trump administration took it down. If you'd like, I can send you a story on that too. Which I would argue is very untransparent as a president.
I'm looking for the funded research. I'm looking for where they're getting the data.
Yeah, instead of like nitpicking it though, do you want to operate on the assumption it's true and just figure out where we can go from there?
No, I never operate on. I wouldn't, even if you show me one that said most was committed by far leftists, I wouldn't just accept it.
Yeah, but it's not going to make for a good conversation. You spend all stream reading 20 pages. You can if you want. I mean, I'm just saying,
I'm just kind of rolling through it right now. I mean, it basically, the problem is that it looks like they're using the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is a horrible source.
Why is it a horrible source?
What do you mean? It's been proven wrong so many times before. It's a bad source.
I mean, just because something's proven wrong doesn't mean it's a bad source. Like, you could still update and correct things, right? But I mean, like, how's it been proven wrong? What have they done that you're writing them off as a source?
Incredibly biased research, outright falsification in at least one case. What do you mean? How so?
I mean, how's the research incredibly biased?
All right. I mean, we're going to start a whole other thing.
Okay. I'm just curious about your epistemology.
Just look into it. I don't believe me. Matter of fact, fucking don't believe me. Go find out for yourself. I would love for you to find out for yourself. I'd love for you to think for yourself.
Okay.
Don't listen to me.
Okay.
The NIJ Research, University of Arkansas Terrorism Research Center. I've not heard of that, so I'll have to look into that. How domestic terrorists use the internet. I'll look into this later. I'm not taking it at face value. I mean, it's a good thing to kind of look at.
Sure. Let's say that it says the majority of political violence in America is being committed by the far left, and Joe Biden were president. Would you not expect Joe Biden to come out and say that maybe we need to temper down the violence and we shouldn't be violent? That maybe far left violence is not justified because it's righteous? You know, like
did he do that during the summer of love? Did Joe Biden
he called for peace. Yeah, he called for peace several times. He said,
sure?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so that Trump can't do this the other way is itself concerning. That he says something like violence when it's on the right is righteous. Like, that should be a concerning statement. It only inflames tensions more. It's only going to produce more violence, and it's also like a way to excuse and justify violence.
Okay, all right, fair enough. What would you like to see?
I'd like to see Donald Trump not, disavow like political violence altogether, which I don't think is something he's ever done.
Okay, all right.
Like, certainly you must think political violence has no place in a civilized, liberal America.
Why would I think that?
That political violence, because it breaks down society. It breaks down our ability to operate as a republic.
Okay, all right. So just follow along here. I see where you're coming from. I want to just kind of test a little bit of logic here.
Okay.
So let's say that there's a faction in this country that wants Trump to be president forever, king for life. Let's say that happens. And they decide that they are going to take over Washington, and the military steps back because they're not authorized to operate in the United States of America. That's their contract. Who do you want to stop that political violence?
In the hypothetical where Donald Trump tries to
exercise, right? Because this country was founded on war, and it's kept alive by war. And I think the idea that political violence in and of itself, while certainly it can go too far, and there's really not a place for it most of the time in this country. I would say that there are times where political violence is absolutely necessary.
Okay, so if your example was that somebody's trying to crown himself king, political violence would be necessary? That's it. You would agree with that?
I'm sorry. I got distracted for 1 second. I would say, just repeat that one.
You would say that if somebody were trying to be king, political violence would be okay to stop that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I agree with that. I don't think Trump needs to make that caveat to say political violence is not okay, because I think most people...
Hold on.
Yeah,
if there was a faction within the country that was going around and destroying buildings and robbing from shopkeepers and burning, cars in the street, would it be appropriate to, and they were doing so in the name of political, whatever you want to talk, and then political activism, whatever. Would it be appropriate to use political violence against those people?
What do you mean by political violence?
Would it be appropriate to shoot those people in the head?
Can you list the things they were doing again?
Rioting, burning people's private property to the ground, burning cars in the street, terrorizing civilians and citizens, fellow citizens, making people feel unsafe in their neighborhoods. Would it be appropriate for another group to come through and say, no, sir, this is not appropriate at all?
Yeah.
And put bullets in their brain pans.
I mean, it depends. I'm just trying to understand how this is going to manifest. Right? So let's say people are smashing windows and they're terrorizing people. And then people are, well, let me ask a clarifying question. Why are you scared of that?
Sure. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Are your vision of this is that these people are going to be rioting, and then a bunch of people are going to show up with guns and they're just going to start shooting? What's going to happen?
Yes.
It's going to manifest.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't think that would be okay. So? I think that would incite more violence.
Okay. Perhaps.
Do you think it would be okay for people to just start gunning them down in the street?
Hold on. Fair enough. You feel like it would incite more violence. What do you think the appropriate measures for such activities are?
Crowd control, riot control, using local police.
By a riot, by definition. All right, hold on. All right, I'm going to back up for a minute.
Wait, do we not have riot control with police?
Hold on. We do, but I want to back up for 1 second.
Okay.
So let's say that you have a riot, okay? But not really a riot. Yeah, mostly it's peaceful milling around, and people are going into a building they probably shouldn't go into and whatever. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, police start firing rubber bullets, which can break bone. I mean, they're safer than real bullets, but let's make no mistake here. They're dangerous. This is dangerous. Dangerous activity. And police start firing rubber bullets randomly into a crowd. Okay, let's say that. All right.
I would hope it's not randomly. I hope they were aiming.
Well, they don't. What are they aiming at? They're aiming at moving bodies. You don't know what that person did. You can't identify a target in that situation. It's a riot.
But why would you shoot them? Well, no, shoot people that you could see are rioting. Shoot people that are rioting.
That's exactly what happened in Jan 6, which you seem to have no problem with what happened there. But
wait, what exactly happened in Jan 6?
People burning down buildings.
I'm sorry, repeat that. What exactly happened in Jan 6 that I'm okay with?
That's exactly what happened in Jan 6. You
had what did?
Firing rubber bullets into a crowd that was just milling around.
No, what? They were trying to break into the Capitol. They were not just milling around.
They were not trying. There was
violence against the police that day.
Walking it through the Capitol, and they were peacefully doing.
Okay,
so.
They weren't. There's clip after clip of them using violence. There was hundreds of clips.
Did they set fire?
Is that your standard for violence? They set fire to things? No, they didn't set fire to things. What they did do though is beat police officers, tase them, smash them with shields, threaten to take their guns. That's stuff they did.
So initially, that's not what happened. It was only after the police started shooting at them that they were like, hey, this is fucked up.
Why did the police start shooting at them?
I don't know.
I thought you said they were rioting.
Who knows?
I thought you said they were rioting.
Well, they were milling around. I didn't say they were rioting. You said they were rioting.
You said that's exactly what the police were doing on January 6th when you gave that example of shooting into a crowd.
Yes, they shot into a crowd because you said that I gave the example of these people are milling around and people just randomly all of a sudden police start shooting into it. Even if they were, rioting, would it be appropriate? Now, when we look at BLM, for example, where they were actively burning buildings, throwing bricks, hurting people, damaging cars, tipping cars over, all of this sort of thing. Baltimore riot, same thing. There's lots of examples here. You seem to have a separate standard for the left and the right.
Based on what? I say hit them with rubber bullets too. If they're rioting, hit them with rubber bullets. Disperse it. Use riot control. You asked me what my solution was, and that's my solution.
Okay. I don't believe. It's interesting you say that, but it doesn't seem to.
Why is that interesting?
It wasn't because when I said use force, you were like, I don't know.
No, what you said was go in and start shooting.
Well, actually, I believe that if a separate group had showed up and used political violence, I did use the extreme, obviously, because that's
okay. I don't support the extreme. I support riot control.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
January 6th itself, by the by, was not a peaceful mole. Like certainly. Wait, do you acknowledge the police?
By police or a separate group? Could a separate group show up and do it?
Hang on, before we get there, I have a question about January 6th. Do you have an issue with Donald Trump pardoning the people who attacked police officers?
If they could be proven to have attacked police
officers. They were convicted beyond a reasonable doubt, yes. Several of them are on camera doing so.
So the people who specifically attacked police officers, and it can be proven that they attacked them, I would have a problem with depending on how long they've been in prison. I might have a problem with it.
So you have a problem with Donald Trump doing his parts?
The people who are simply walking around the Capitol looking at stuff. I think it was a travesty. I think it was a miscarriage of justice.
Well,
I think the entire nonsense was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. And I've had, and
what nonsense? What do you mean?
We're going to have Enrique Tarrio back on the show at some point to talk about it. But
the guy convicted of sedition against the United States?
Yeah.
Okay. And what things are you going to talk to Enrique Tarrio about?
Whatever he wants to talk about. I've got Tyler coming in.
Wait, do you assume?
He's another lefty. I'm sorry. I felt like you needed backup. But
I appreciate it. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, I'm not a lefty. I'm left wing. Right? There's a big difference.
Holy shit, Tyler! Your mic's echoey, or is that just me?
No, I just moved. I have a big ass room here.
His mic is echoey, and he doesn't
like 6 foot tall rifles behind you.
That's all. That's a green screen. You have nothing, and you should not be a Texan at the moment.
Thought he was invading Fallujah. Wait, Tyler, how many? Wait, you're a Texan?
Yeah, I just moved.
Where at, buddy?
Dallas.
Oh shit, I'm San Antonio. Wait, how many guns do you have? Hang on, I want to see who's more Texan. How many guns do you got?
He's embarrassing.
Oh, I'm way more Texan than you. Holy shit! All right, cool.
I'm a recovering left winger. I got on the program.
Israel average debater in the house. That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny. All right, so, yeah, I mean, I don't think I would disagree with a lot of the where I disagree with the Jan 6 stuff is how the left has portrayed it and in a lot of areas, and specifically about the way some people portray the treatment of the people who were involved. And so, but other than that, I don't.
Do you have a problem with the way Trump portrayed it? He's called it a day of love. He called it a day of love.
I mean, you guys, that you don't think that's a literal summer of love?
Your mic died.
My mic died?
Yeah, it died off there. You were saying. I heard you say "Summer of Love."
I wonder if the cable's bad.
It was a callback joke. I loved it. I thought it was great.
It was a callback to the Summer of Love, right? Like Yeah. $2 comes in from Kronos 420 and Austin fake Texan. I'm actually going to fly into Austin in a few weeks, actually.
Just to follow up on that, you're saying that Trump is contending that it was in fact not a summer of love. Well, he didn't say summer of love, it's a day of love. But he's contending it's not a day of love and that it was actually violent then?
I don't pretend to know what Trump means, man. But I would say that if he said something like that, it was probably a joke.
Well, should he be joking about something like that? Like, they're talking about an attack on the Capitol. That he arguably incited, right? Like, shouldn't be joking.
That's unilateral disarmament when the mayor was allowing blocks of her city to be insurrected and taken over by people making an autonomous zone. She called it a summer of love. So
shouldn't the president be held to a higher standard
than
a mayor? Yes,
a mayor and a governor. No.
The president should not be held to a higher standard.
I mean, maybe, but it doesn't make their actions any less egregious if they're not. Like, if you murder a person and you're in an office and you murder a person, you're just a normal person, both are still murder. You don't get to just hand wave one away and not understand how the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I can grant that, like, that's a bad phraseology. The president should be held to a higher standard, and he called an attack on the Capitol a day of love. You don't have a problem with that at all.
I have the same problem with it that I had when the governor called it the summer of love, the autonomy.
So you do have a problem with it then?
The same amount. I'm going to let you decide how much that amount is.
Why don't you just be clear? Do you have a problem with it or not?
No, I don't give a shit about either. It's just politicians dancing around.
Okay, it's just like it's a game then. Like, I don't know. It's hard to take you guys seriously sometimes.
Like, that's your mistake is taking it seriously.
Well, I think the president of the United States, that you're doing that because you can't argue on the substance. The president of the United States should act like a leader. He should act presidential. He should be held to a higher standard. He should not be calling an attack on the Capitol a day of love. He should be downplaying what happened.
I'd argue that
Andrew Jackson shot a dude on the White House lawn.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys keep saying, "Oh, he's just not presidential," and I'm like, you don't even know what that fucking means.
Well, honestly, presidential is whatever Trump does since he's the president. His actions define what presidential means. At least he's not getting blown.
If Donald Trump, let's say Donald Trump walks out of the White House completely butt naked and just sprays diarrhea all over Pennsylvania Avenue. Would that be?
It's better than Lewinsky's cum-stained dress. It's better than JFK's tunnel to go meet with whores, including Marilyn Manson. It's better than Lyndon B. Johnson getting blowjobs literally in the blowjob room. I mean, it was LBJ because he got blowjobs in the Oval Office. I mean, come on, bro. You're talking to me about presidential, and you're literally like, I keep asking you what is presidential, and you're like, well, he should just be
behaving to a higher standard is presidential.
I mean, it's a character.
Behaving to a higher standard is presidential. Like, all of those things you just listed, those could be bad examples, and somebody should be held to a higher standard and not do those things, which is why those were controversial in the first place. I don't know why that's so hard for you to admit.
I don't understand. You can't name a good president. Name a presidential president.
Barack Obama.
Barack Obama looked like a third-rate banker.
But he
looked like a third-rate banker, and nobody trusted him. And you know what?
Everyone trusts Trump. There's no examples of how
Trump actually gets things done. People signed treaties with Trump.
Name one. Name a treaty. Name two.
What do you mean?
Name a treaty.
He got
deals.
Hold on, I can't hear you, Tyler. I'm sorry, I'm speaking over you.
Yeah, treaty might be the wrong word. He signs deals.
Deals, okay. Deals.
Which deal? Which deals has he signed?
Congo, Rwanda. There's multiple. There's with the.
What deal did he sign with Congo, Rwanda?
He had them both in the White House. They both signed documentation to work toward a ceasefire. He also got Hamas to sign on to the Gaza Accords, the 21.
He did do that.
On top of that, out of the trade war with the reciprocal tariffs before IEEPA was ruled on, he got about 60, 70 trade deals done with multiple countries.
He got 60 to 70 trade deals. Find me a source that's at. He might have been. No, what he promised was like 90 deals in 90 days. He didn't get a single one. We don't have a deal with the EU. We don't have a deal with the Asian markets. Our deals have been falling apart all over the world. Like, other countries are like Canada, for instance, turning towards China as a consequence of us buying the trade agreement negotiated under his first term.
In minuscule ways, but not really. Only in symbolism, they're not. Their main trade partner is still going to be and forever the United States.
Okay, so Canada opening like new trade route. I'm sorry, new trade industries with China. You're saying is insignificant, even though it's taking business away from America.
Yeah, I'd say it's insignificant because when you look at the totality of the circumstances, China is working with the United States on pushing out Chinese steel that's being dumped into China, Canada, and Mexico, flooding our markets, putting our steel industry.
Wait, where's the deals that he got done? That's my question. Like Canada's certainly running away from one. It's the USMCA is definitely dead in the water.
Multiple deals. The most
you just walked away from another one.
Well, we bring up the most recent one that just happened in the news. There was a 50% tariff against India that got rolled down to 18% after India said they would A, buy a bunch of foreign goods, and B, stop buying Russian oil.
Okay, that's not a trade deal. Like that's conceding to like a fucking tariff. Did somebody sign something that made this?
They signed a deal, yes.
They signed a trade deal.
Yes.
India, trade deal, America.
That's a deal. That's yes. When you threaten somebody, you put tariffs on them, and then you get concessions out of them for
India
that.
and U.S. defer trade talks after Supreme Court's tariff ruling. They haven't signed a deal. They're in talks to have a deal, and they just deferred it because of the tariff ruling.
The Modi announced it as well that they have a deal.
Okay, I'm just going to put this once again in the chat, and you guys can read. It's from 2 days ago after the ruling. They didn't sign a deal. No deal was signed. Oh, I can't put it in his chat. Red's got to share it with you.
Hang on a second. I'm going to see if I can.
So they haven't literally signed it. They both came out.
Now he can. They have not literally signed it. Yes, that was my point. You have to literally sign a trade deal to have a trade deal.
No. Your point wasn't that if it wasn't signed. You said, what deals has he made? Now, both of them are admitting.
I assumed it was obvious I meant a successful deal that actually is happening.
Yes. Well, with both parties saying that a deal is in place, that's not successful enough for you. You then pivoted to a new goal.
No, that's literally not successful. It didn't happen. That's the definition of not successful. Yes.
You're looking for a wedding signature now when both
Yes, I'm looking for a successful deal.
Yes, both India, the leader of India, and the leader of the United States say they have a deal, that they're working out the details right now, but they have an overall deal ready to go.
Right. Okay. Well, until that happens, we still don't have a deal. So 90 deals in 90 days, we're still at zero, and we're well over 90 days now.
But it has happened.
No, it hasn't. You just said they're working it out. That's not the deal. That's not happening. That's not a deal.
Tyler, you disappeared.
Yeah, but the guns are so much nicer. Just take a look at them babies. Oh, shit. I don't know where Tyler just disappeared to, but he just... Oh, you want to post the story in here?
He fell off his green screen or something.
The guns have consumed him. 45,000 deaths a year.
About
gun culture claims another life.
Also, I'm going to, in about 30 minutes, I'm going to switch over to gun prattle, so we won't be talking politics anymore.
That's fine. We can wind down if you want to. I got work tomorrow, and I started this way sooner than you did, because my workday starts much sooner than yours. If you want to keep going for 30 minutes, I can keep going, but if you want to bow out, we can bow out.
No, it's fine. I don't... Where did he drop?
Rip Reno, Tyler Reno.
Oh, man.
We should do this again, though. Like, I had fun. I don't know if you seem to hate my guts. I don't harbor hate. I don't have hate in my heart. I love all mankind. That's the difference between you and Republicans.
I respect any leftist that'll actually come up and show up and actually try and make points. You made some. You made some. That was good. I respect any of you guys that can do that because for the most part, you just get shut down.
And, I appreciate that.
And I think that you're. I actually really don't. You're just one of those people that I think hates Trump because Trump is Trump, and you've been told to hate him rather than any actual reason. I actually don't.
Based on what?
And I should make my position clear on Trump since I never did. I don't actually.
Before you go, why do you say that about me?
Huh?
Before you do that, why do you say that about me?
I just get that feeling. The rhetoric is all the same. Yeah, I never hear any different rhetoric.
Okay, you don't think it's a little bad faith? Just like, I assume you just hate him and you don't have any reason why. And I think it's a little bad faith.
I mean, the rhetoric.
You don't even know why.
Yeah, I mean, the rhetoric's all the same. So the non-presidential thing is always very interesting to me. But that was and you've made one of the better arguments for it.
I want to be a proud American, and that's my problem. I have a hard time being proud with Trump. Like, we're threatening to invade Greenland, and like our allies are looking at us like we're insane.
That's hilarious. That's just so much. That's so funny. It's just,
I mean, you find it funny. I look at it like it's a destruction of
Greenland. Oh, there he's back. Invading Greenland is just hilarious. Like, that's just so much. So I mean, it's just like, if it's not the greatest troll in history, it ought to be. So, because I mean, they've like got 50,000 people total. That's not even worth an invasion. Like,
so I just looked it up real quick while I was waiting for my computer to reboot. We got the United Kingdom, Indonesia, Japan, the Philippines, Pakistan, European Union, Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, South Korea, Ecuador, Liechtenstein, Switzerland,
Liechtenstein,
whatever, Guatemala, Argentina, Bangladesh, India, North Macedonia, Taiwan,
Macedonia,
Rwanda, Congo.
Fuck, did you even go to school?
So those are all the deals that we have in place so far, plus a bunch of other smaller nations, just basically to get them to accept the 10% tariff without bitching about it too. So I think the number is somewhere in the 70s that my AI is telling me overall.
Yeah, just for whatever it's worth. I'm looking at the UK, US one. It hasn't even been signed yet, too. It's the same thing. They're still in talks.
Okay.
It's just the same thing. Like, the one example I looked into, it's the exact same thing as the India one, where it hasn't happened yet. Okay. And it also seems like moot, because like now the tariff money is probably gonna have to be like refunded, and the tariffs themselves like are an open question.
So your complaint is these deals are announced, both sides are working on them in good faith, both sides are engaging with them, saying it's coming, but since a formal piece of paper hasn't been finalized and signed, they haven't worked out every detail, Trump's done nothing.
Yeah, we don't have a deal yet. Yes,
okay,
90 deals in 90 days, and we're still on zero. So
yes, that's just TDS. We're not going to get any further on this. Let the audience decide.
Yeah, I expect my president to like succeed at something. Yeah, I'm sorry, just talking is not good enough for me.
I'm sure you didn't like the president very much then, because he was mentally incompetent for 4 years.
Sure. Before I bounce, I had a question. I was wondering, what do you guys think of the tariff refunds? Because like the Supreme Court basically says these are illegal taxes, you got to refund them, and Trump's basically saying no. Like, he's basically stealing from the American people.
The lower court hasn't even made a decision yet if he even has to pay refunds back, let alone how and why and where they're going to come out of. So to insinuate
illegal,
people before we don't even have a lower court decision on what's going to happen with the money, you're getting ahead of your daily anti-Trump rage cycle you use to let out your anger.
Yeah. Since the Supreme Court, Since the Supreme Court ruled that the tariffs were illegal, shouldn't he refund that money?
Well, that's up for the courts. We'll find out when the lower courts rule it. I don't know.
That's not what I asked. I know it's up to the courts. I'm asking you, should the president refund the money if he waged illegal tariffs on the American people?
That was just decided in constitutional law. I am not.
Yes, I came up with an answer like that fast. It's easy.
If you're asking for just my opinion, probably
yes.
No.
So he should just take from the American people and not give back?
Who's saying he's not giving back?
You. Like, you just said, like, probably not. He should not refund the tariffs.
That doesn't mean the money's not going to come back in some way, shape, or form. How do you know how that money is going to end up?
Okay. Anyway, I appreciate the talk, Grid. Tyler, it's good talking to you again. If you ever want to catch up sometime, hit me up, buddy. I'm going to go to bed. You guys have a good night.
Yeah.
Hang on, wait a second. How am I in this call?
The pink button.
My bad. I don't know how this thing works.
It's all right.
Yeah. Wait. Hang on, Grid. Before I go, are you streaming on a
form?
Where are you streaming at?
Huh?
Where are you streaming? YouTube?
Yeah. And Twitch.
Oh shit! You do that dual stream. Damn, you were like way ahead of me. Everyone's ahead of me. Hang on. Can you provide your thing so I can go check it out?
Which thing?
Your YouTube, please.
Your dick. Show your dick.
Do not provide me your dick. I am not interested in seeing your dick. I imagine it's shriveled.
What is wrong with you guys?
Just provided this queer motherfucker.
Show your dick.
Do not show me your dick. Just your YouTube link will work fine.
Hey, I
got you, man. I got you. Stand by.
Queers are disgusting. Hell yeah, base, dude.
Yeah, I stream to all. I can stream to all of them, and I just I stick to Twitch and YouTube for this channel.
I'm too incompetent to I'll probably figure out someday, but I just only got back to streaming and it's so bad. Like I can't remember anything, and Drives me insane.
I never got it working, but Restream is how you do it. You go to Restream and then it
that's not.
YouTube was all laggy and glitchy and shit like that, and I want to be on YouTube.
I'm actually with Cam here. The tariffs have tripled my investments. I don't really have a problem with the tariffs, to be honest with you. I'm all right, and they're hurting China, so that's.
I dislike taxation without representation. Anyway, you guys have a good night. Bye.
All right, see ya.
Wouldn't the election they elected him a year ago be the representation, though? Just saying.
He left.
I'm just curious. Like, Congress was elected. They allocated these finer
He just really hates Trump, dude. It's okay. It's okay.
I want to get in there just about the tariff argument in particular. Like, if you're a left-winger, why are you supporting free market trade? The reason why these jobs are going overseas is because they're subverting the taxes you want paid, the union workers you want jobs and paid. That's what they're getting around, is all the policy that you put in place for climate protection, for worker protection, for unions, for all this shit. That's what shipping these jobs overseas is trying to avoid. And you're like, yeah, ship those jobs overseas, boy, fuck Trump. It's crazy.
It is kind of crazy. But the thing is like, look, at least he was better prepared than they usually are. Usually I get this nonsense, although he sent me a source that was like some indie rag in Minnesota as his source or something. I was like, that's whatever. But
I fucked with him for like a couple of months, and then I can't remember. I think it was on X. He got real fucking nasty. Over something minuscule.
He's got some like most leftists. He has control issues. So
really anti-human. I was like, hey, that's a bridge too far from
using ChatGPT on the fly. Yeah. Well, that one thing was. I mean, look, the calling. Look. I don't know when you can't define presidential. I guess my biggest problem is that, well, Trump's just not presidential. Literally every world leader picks up when Trump calls it. Like every single one of them. If they get a call from Trump, they pick up. When he wasn't president, they got a call from Trump. They picked up. When you they didn't put him on hold. They didn't leave him on red. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Biden was left on red a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe he wasn't. I got to throw Clover.
Whoa!
Hey, kids, be cool. I got to throw Clover Tack the link here, so give me just one sec. He'll jump up here shortly. We're going to do gun prattle, guys. I'm considering I'm going to make kind of a break here. We'll just, I'll make a timestamp, and then the rest of the show will be gun prattle, and then I'll upload it to the gun prattle channel.
Well, what he means by presidential is he's not playing the character that Barack Obama and Joe Biden played. I'm sure, to be honest, I think Joe Biden got a lot of people picking up the phone when he called because he's in the club. He's one of them.
Yeah, but see, he was never presidential to me. I'll get into that. Let me read this. Kronos 420, $5 American. Bruh. Trump is the king of the memes. Get wrecked, boyos. That's true. That is true. He is king of the memes, and he trolls motherfuckers like nobody ever seen, man. Like, it's easy. He'll tell you, hey, this is what I'm going to do, and everybody will get all like wound up, and then he does something like 90 degrees off to the left or right.
Yeah, like they want their politicians simultaneously to respond with fire with Trump while also saying, look how bad Trump is. Like when Gavin Newsom starts acting like Trump on Twitter, it's fucking rounds of applause. Look how great he is. Oh, hell yeah. And it's like also Trump's bad because he acts that same way. It's they want to take and eat it too.
Yeah. I can't get behind Newsom, man. Newsom's like, but I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised that people think that Barack Obama was presidential and that they think that Biden was presidential. You know?
Well, they were classy. Both of them were classy gentlemen.
Classy's not presidential. $20 from Chronos 420. Not even a Trumpist, but dude is the homie of the net. Come at me. Homie of the net. That's funny. That's funny. I like it, Chronos. Thank you very much.
He shares some funny ass shit. I'm not gonna lie. I laugh at a lot of it.
Oh yeah.
So,
but, I mean, you gotta be honest, man. Like, the people identify with Trump because he's not afraid to kind of fuck up a little bit, right? Like, whoops, you know. Barack Obama literally, to me, seemed like a third-tier banker that I just did not give a shit about at all. Like, I didn't care about his opinion. I didn't care who he was. I didn't care nothing. Like, zero, right?
Yeah, well, that's your definition of presidential. You want somebody that goes out there, swings their dick around a bit on the world stage, maybe. We're America, bitch, deal with it.
Yeah.
You know, and they want somebody
I want somebody that the rest of the world, I want somebody that, all right, well, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. So Biden was the same way. Like, Biden was not even a third-tier banker. Biden was just like played out, couldn't believe a word he says, no backbone, for sale to the highest bidder. You knew what you were getting. He's a known product, right? Not presidential at all. Well, you look at JFK. JFK was presidential. When he talked, people listened. When he walked in a room, people shut the fuck up. Right? Bush, as much as I love to bag on Bush for being just like the one single rhino that's ever got in the White House, right? Bush was presidential. He threw his shoe. He threw a shoe at motherfucker.
The shoe got thrown at him and he dodged it.
Yeah, he threw a shoe at that motherfucker. Oh no, that's right. He dodged the shoe. Right.
Yeah, he dodged it.
That's right. But I mean, he didn't give it, like, he was presidential. Right?
But you want someone with aura. They want someone that'll apologize for America.
Yeah, I don't want apologetic. You're right.
Sorry about all the shit we did.
They want an apologist. I want a president. I want someone who gets on the world stage and says, nah, fuck you. We're America. This is how it's going to be. You don't like it? That's fine. You ain't got to like it. But this is the way it's going to be. Right? Like Cuba right now. Like, he was so wrapped up in all of this like 5-year-old shit that we never got to shit that's actually going on. Cuba fucked around and found out. Remember weeks ago, I played that clip of the Cuban president saying, we will not take this from Donald Trump, in Spanish, of course. I can't speak Spanish. I mean, I can, but I don't, because that's un-American. But I played the clip of the Cubano president, El Presidente, saying Trump ain't going to do shit. Basically. I'm paraphrasing. Guess what? Trump did shit. It was Trump's the ultimate. Trump's like the guy that you know. There's always that one guy that you never want to do the. He's the one guy that's like when you ask about him, they're like, people are like, hey, don't start shit. There won't be shit. Like, he's cool like that, right? He's like that. Trump's that ultimate dude, right? And I don't know why the left is so bent about it. I honestly, so you know what is frustrating to me is Trump is a Democrat. Can we just all be honest about that? Trump is not conservative, right? Yeah, they killed 4 Americans, by the way, today. Mullet may be right.
Democrat. He's not small government conservative for sure. He's a big government.
He's a blue dog Democrat at best. Right? He's a fucking Democrat. He was just the most conservative person. The Overton window had moved so far left that he was the most conservative person that we could get elected. Now we have a good chance to get an actual conservative elected, if we can find one. And I swear to God, if you say Rubio, I'm going to swim to Texas and beat your ass. Because Rubio, not really conservative. I don't like Rubio. I don't like the cut of his jib.
Your future president, Rubio, 48.
No, he's not. Fuck no.
Absolutely, yeah.
You want an ass whooping now. You want the ass whooping.
Up job. JD just got assigned his
I know how
first
big
job.
you are, and I still come whoop your ass.
JD just got assigned his first job, czar of corruption.
All right, look, you got to stop smoking pot, man. You got to stop again. You were so much sharper when you were off the juice, man.
Rubio is that dude. He's got 5 jobs in the administration. Did you watch that speech yesterday? JD got assigned a job. Rubio got the biggest shout out of anybody in the administration. I'm just fucking saying.
I'm just going to tell you, Rubio, I don't want him as president, man. I don't know who I want yet, because I really don't. I also don't want Ted Cruz, right? I wasn't talking to you, Kronos. You can keep smoking. I'm talking about Budhead up there smoking again. Thought you quit.
Yeah, no, this is a fake weed. It doesn't have THC in it.
What are you doing then? Why are you doing it?
I like the taste. I don't know. It's something to pass the time.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just kind of, but it doesn't get you high at all. Oh, yeah, you got the retard spurging out in chat.
Which one?
Your Kronos buddy.
Oh, Kronos is awesome, dude. Kronos is awesome.
Isn't that the dude they fucking...
No, you're thinking of Notlo's too. He was in there earlier too, talking about how great Canadian land is. Hey, when Alberta secedes in the next, 3 weeks, 6 weeks, some shit like that. When Alberta leaves Canada, y'all are all fucked. And they're getting ready to too. I've been watching the memes, baby. Braided water line. I am you're the retard? Okay. Grid will fix that. I will fix that. But look, I mean, seriously, dudes, my guys, I'm just telling you, I think Trump is out there. He's out there doing the hard job, taking the strays. Man catches a lot of strays. You got to admit it. Like, he didn't even do it, and somebody will blame him for it. Can't even win in hockey or curling. They're a nation of losers. You're not wrong. Kronos 420 with $2 American. How dare I'm being slandered? No, not for me, my guy. Not for me.
My bad. I make people up.
Kronos is awesome, actually.
I don't know. I still don't think that. I think the big problem right now is economic for Trump. Immigration, he's like only below 4. He can bring that back. But the big issue right now, his big dip in the polls with every demographic he won, is economy. Shit is not getting cheaper yet. And he said some things in his speech like beef ain't coming down. Look at beef week to week. It's just going steady up at an exponential rate. So I don't know. I think he's got a little bit of work to do on the economy before I could say he's doing a great job.
Who, Trumpy?
Yeah. I think the trade war hasn't been worth it, because a study was done saying about 2.7% inflation last year. I think 0.5 of it was due specifically to tariffs, raising the price of shit. So if that didn't exist and we had 2.2% inflation, shit would be coming down faster. And that's kind of I'm not anti-tariff. I'm just saying it would be balanced a little better.
We got some testimony here. Average Maryland enjoyer been gooning on Confluence channel a lot lately. That's pretty fucking hilarious. I have to now wonder if braided, what is this? Braided water. I kind of now have to wonder if this is another Anson Knowles alias. Although I thought Anson's left. Like, I thought he was out of here. Braided water line, that's what it is. So
Anson's been over at Confluence's channel a lot. You guys broke up?
Who, Anson?
Yeah.
Has been on Confluence's channel?
Almost, yeah. Every time I go over there, he's on.
Oh, I hadn't seen. I mean, he may be here. He just hasn't been saying anything. He may be mad at me. I don't know.
You should call him. Buy him some.
I don't have his phone number, bro. We're not that close. I don't have your phone number. That's, you know. I mean, I personally, like I said, I don't know, man. I think Trump's a Democrat. He does kind of Democrat shit, but he was the most conservative guy could get elected. I don't think we've seen. I don't think we've seen the next president yet. I don't think we're going to see them. I don't think we'll see the next Republican candidate until probably next year. I think Rubio's doing what Rubio does every year. He catches, he takes bullets, he catches the flack, then he gets discarded at the, in the primary, and then whoever's left just moves on. That's what I think.
I don't know. I think he's the Republican.
You know where I live? You'll stop by later. All right, cool. Not tonight, though. Stop by tomorrow. There's only a few people that actually know where I live.
I know what city you live in because I was there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I tell people all the time I've got the channel and stuff. So there's plenty of people who know. There's actually a few people who know where I actually live.
Yeah, Trump parted ways with the Democratic Party long before I did, Kronos, but for similar reasons. And that's kind of like they say, like everybody turns conservative as they get older. That trend is kind of breaking with this last generation aging, but it's still a truism because as you get older, the left wins some battles and they just have to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. They're the constant party of reform, of revolution, of making things better. So
yeah.
Once you win all the good battles, what do you got left? Fucking make up gender theory and pretend like there's an oppressed group that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's an interesting. I don't know, man. It's just interesting. I think it's I don't think we've seen the next next Republican candidate. I don't think we will, because what seems to happen is that the guy who actually runs in the Republican Party, we don't see that guy until the primaries, and usually not till like the middle of the primaries. Like they come in right as the primaries are starting. Like they're not even in the pre-primary stuff, And the reason for that is that, they know they're going to catch strays. They know, and it just gives the press less time to kind of fuck them over. You know what I'm saying?
I think Rubio is setting himself up for it, but at the same time, like Vance is too. But I think Vance is just going to get shredded. What has he done besides a senator for like a year and a half, and then?
Well, I mean, he wrote a pretty good book,
Oprah has a couple of good books too, I don't think he's got.
I think he's got. I think Vance. I like Vance. I have liked Vance the more I've seen of it. And I think that he would make a decent president.
He's got a sharp tongue on him, but I don't think he knows enough to be able to go up on stage and answer complicated questions.
I think they're hiding that. I haven't watched much of his senator stuff, but I think that they're hiding that.
Like if you've watched the last couple of weeks, Gretchen Whitmer, AOC, Gavin Newsom, a couple others of all these hopefuls on the Democrat side have all went out and made themselves look like worse than fucking Kamala Harris. AOC freezing up on the world stage. Gretchen Whitmer, they both went to that overseas shit and embarrassed themselves. Gavin Newsom comes out and fucking tells a black crowd in Atlanta, "Hey, I scored 900 on the SAT. I'm as
retarded as all of y'all.
I can't even get an ID. I don't know.
I can't read a speech." Yeah, that was fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. I'm just like you.
It's pretty crazy that nobody. I think Vance would kind of be that just because he's unprepared for the spot. Where Rubio, this will be like his fucking second time running for president. Remember, he is at his core.
I think it's his third or fourth time.
He's a Tea Party Republican. He got elected through the Tea Party.
Yeah, but he's not. But the thing is I think he was part of the Tea Party movement. But I've always felt like he's a rhino. I don't think that he's led. So the thing is, I think he's a step back in the wrong direction. I think Vance is. So here's the thing. I like Vance, but I'm not convinced Vance is the guy. Right? I just don't think he's the guy. And I say that because when I look at Vance and when I look at what we would think about Vance being part of the, other than being vice president, right, where he just basically does what he's told. I get that there's some leadership there. I just don't think he has, and I know there's backbone there. And I think he's a good politician. But I don't think he's going to carry water for Trump. Now, I think, and I've said this before, I think that a Trump, Eric Trump, DJT Jr. as VP, Vance is the presidential candidate. That could be good. That could be really strong. But I don't think we've seen the candidate yet. I just don't. And because historically we don't, right? Because the right now, it would literally give the press a full year to gather hit pieces and do a bunch of shit.
I don't see Donald Trump.
And I think Rubio's a smokescreen. I think Newsom's a smokescreen. I would be surprised if Newsom actually runs.
I think he's absolutely setting himself up for it in every classic way.
Yeah, of course he's setting himself up for it.
Donald Trump Jr., I don't see any. I see him coming in and getting nothing, embarrassing himself. Him and Vance are the same person, essentially. They're just Trump's, what is it? Where they're carrying his mantle. We're the next Trump.
Well, sure, but that actually carries something. I think first of all, I think DJT Jr. I think Jr. is a lot more personable and effective in some ways than Trump than Trump president. I say that because I think he's watched his dad and he's watched the things people have said about his dad, and he's just a little he's just a little bit softer spoken. He's a little bit less abrasive. He's a little bit more polished, and I think that he's probably more effective than Trump Sr. Now,
I don't see
and here's the thing, and all right, we'll get into it. With Vance. I think Vance has that backbone. He's got that. He doesn't get angry. He stands up for himself. What he did with Zelensky played like awesome to me, right? When he basically called Zelensky a bitch. That played, right? Like that may have upset the lefties, but to me, I was like, yeah, right. Don't insult the VP, right? Like don't act like you're better than we are, because that doesn't play. So I thought Vance acquitted himself well there. The problem is I don't know that Vance is. I don't think Vance is the leader that we need. I don't think he'd do any damage as president, but I don't think he would be the leader and continue the momentum that Trump's going to do that. Because it's not just about, Crono says, just need to find a based values. No, it's not just the values. It's not just backbone. It's not just, understanding what the country needs. It's the willingness to do it. And it's a willingness to take the shots. Right? it's a willingness to literally sit there and be, because whoever's president after Trump, because they couldn't find anything on Trump, they're going to have to, like, you can't imagine the machine that's going to be unleashed against every Republican candidate.
For sure. I think we're having two different conversations. I'm thinking you're looking more at what you want it to be. I'm talking more about what I think is going to happen based off.
Well, I'm talking about what is. I'm talking about what is this.
Rubio is running that administration. He's got like 5 jobs within the administration, and he's doing a bang up job. Trump's best successes have been on the world stage. Like, his economy hasn't really paid off yet. It's still not doing very good. He's sitting in the 30s in approval rating. Immigration's been good for the most part, but it's in the lowers right now because mostly how Noam handled the couple of things. And she's been even kicked off of it. So right now, foreign policy is his thing, and Marco Rubio is in charge of that for him and doing a bang up job.
There's the Clover Tack himself.
I can all this political talk, man.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed. I can let you.
He's got to go to bed.
Yeah, I got up for work at 6 now. So
quitter.
Yeah, it is what it is. I gotta take the dogs out and go to bed.
Better watch out. You'll get your Texas card revoked, fucker.
No, I gotta be. I make Texas run now. I'm a fucking blue collar citizen.
He's a wheel.
Yeah.
All right.
Take her easy.
Oh, be good. What's up?
What's up, Clover Tack?
I don't know.
How you doing, man? How you
fucking
doing?
Tired is what I am.
I bet. I had a real live, honest to God lefty on early.
Really?
A real one. Yeah. It was interesting. It was interesting. Yeah. Normally we can just get lightweights, and he was a good guy. Arthur Daya, hoping for Ron DeSantis as president. No, he'll never do it. He won't even run this year. DeSantis, he's a good policymaker. I just don't think he's a particularly good executive branch guy. But
he's too greasy and sleazy, in my opinion.
Greasy and sleazy. That's another
way. He's too much of a politician.
Yeah, he's my. Gentlemen, I'm going to change the background. Proud. And what I'll do, Modi wants to do the debate show right now. I can't do it right now, bro. You guys, we're doing.
You know what they say about wanting one hand, shitting the other.
Shitting the other. See which one fills up first. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to take a pause here so I can get a proper time stamp so that I can I can upload this to the Gun Prattle channel, because it's important. Mm-hmm. So it is, we are at, wait, 151. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to switch over to Gun Prattle. We're going to have a great time talking all things guns for the next hour to 2 hours. This will be uploaded to the Gun Prattle channel. And we want to welcome you to the show tonight. I have Clover Tack with me. He has graciously joined us after doing his own stream. And we're going to talk about some firearms and firearm accessories.
Probably.
That's right.
And all kinds of other shit too, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I sent you the thing I did. I'm refining the thing I did about the traveling with or flying with firearms. And now because I've actually been while I'm proofing it and working on it and tweaking it a little bit, I'm going to do, and what I want to talk about tonight is actually traveling to across the country to matches or to training events or anything like that. In that medium distance, that 2 to, of course, in Texas, it really means 5, but that meet, from where it's just a day trip there and back to where it becomes an overnighter, and you're shooting a 2 or 3 day event, whether that be training or a match or just good times with your buddies, and how you prep for that. And what, I want to get some opinions from Clover Tack. Usually I have I have a whole system set up, and we'll talk about that here in a moment, but I'm really interested in getting some separate viewpoints on it, and I'll take questions from the chat as needed, or as you guys, if you have any questions, certainly. And we'll be putting this out on both audio and video as soon as we can. So, Clover Tech, I'm sure that you have traveled with firearms a few times, done some overnighters.
I've never flown with a gun.
Yeah, right. Yep. A lot of people have never flown, and I've done a whole show on that, which you've now listened to. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I don't fly. Like, I've flown, talking about commercial, I've flown literally 3 or 4 times, maybe.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, fair enough. Some people
we prefer road trips. Right.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
I think we talked about that once.
Yeah.
I think we talked about that once. Well, I mean, I fly with firearms all the time, and again, I just did a show about that, and about how to do that. Now, have you traveled far distances away for training or whatever throughout your career? I'm sure. I'm guessing that you have, maybe a hunting trip, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, with any type of significant amount of firearms, I would say maybe 8 to 10 hours is about the max.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah. So when I travel to a match or a training event or something like that, I have a really specific way that I do it, because I don't want to get robbed, obviously. I mean, the number one thing is I want to keep control of my firearms.
Right.
Number one. That's above everything else. I want to go home with what I came with, and maybe more, but and then the second thing is, I don't like to, what's the word I'm looking for here? I don't like to have to run out and get extra stuff. I don't like that, 10 trips to Home Depot, like everybody talks about, to do a project. If I'm driving to a match or something like that, I would prefer to not have to pick anything up. So I want to pack everything that I need in my vehicle that I'm taking. Right.
If you're going to drive, that's the whole point of driving. You can't take everything, right?
You can take a lot. I mean, you can't take everything, but you can take a lot.
Yeah.
And so,
everything you need is what I'm getting at.
Right. And I have a whole routine, because you're going into hotel rooms and in and out of hotel rooms.
Yeah. Now, one thing I like, and spoiler alert, because I guess we can spoiler alert your flying thing. Yeah. But when you talked about your checked bag, and you talked about you put your backpack and your other stuff in your checked bag, basically, and all of that. That's kind of a gray man thing. That instead of having, that's what, when we would go to competitions and other things, that's what we would do, is we would put our range bags in a suitcase, right? Yeah. And it's and you're not, there's certain ways of, out of sight, out of mind, right? There's certain amount of covertness that you can practice.
Well, that's a great thing to talk about. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, we had a technical difficulty there. For some reason, we both got kicked off for some reason. That's okay. We're back.
What
as I was saying, I never carry pardon me. None of my vehicles have any kind of firearm sticker on them at all. None.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, hell no.
There's no Glock sticker. There's no SIG performance factory.
And I don't even, well, it has to do with being tacky to me. I don't even do like political bumper stickers and shit. Like,
Sure.
I don't do any of that.
I don't do those either because,
Like, to be fair, I don't, it's all, to me, stickers all over your shit's tacky. I don't do it.
yeah. And so I don't put stickers on my vehicles because I don't put political vehicle stickers on my vehicle because I don't want someone to look and say, well, that truck probably has a gun in it. And so I'm going to break into it. And so there's, rob me stickers. Correct. One of the chat has said, rob me stickers. I don't do that. So,
just put a no gun sign on it, man. You're good.
And so, and my gun case, which I should have covered in the flying video, which you've seen and nobody else has, what I should have covered in that was also that my hard case that I carry my firearms in does not say firearms on it anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It does not. I don't have a single Colt sticker on it, or I don't have nothing. Right?
Pretty obvious what those are, though.
Well, you think that, but I've gotten everything from camera equipment, guitars. I was actually waiting at the rental car place in Nebraska, and this guy looks at the case and he's like, "What kind of guitar you got in there?" I'm like, "None." He's like, "Well, what do you got in there?" I'm like,
exactly what I was fixing to say.
I'm like, guns, lots of guns, and he's like, "Oh, okay." And he walked off.
If I was flying, right, I would have the wheeled, Pelican style, heavy duty, case, right?
Yeah.
But because we're not, I get to be picky and choosy with my gun cases.
Sure.
And so you're spot on. The one that holds are, because I had 3, maybe 4 competition pistols, right?
Yeah.
And if you put them in there properly, I had a briefcase. It looks like a briefcase.
Yeah.
That if you turn them the right way, right, laced them in there, all 4 would fit. And I had another case that I could put all 4 rifles in, and because it's wide, it looks like a guitar case, right? And I could put 4 rifles, actually, if you turn them right, in it, because it was so wide, right? And because it was so wide, it didn't look like just a single gun case, you know what I mean, or whatever. It looked like, you're exactly right, it looked like a guitar case. So it looked like I was carrying luggage, a briefcase, and a guitar case.
Right. Yeah. And the nice thing is that more and more people are using the Pelican style cases for guitars and golf clubs and all kinds of things. So it's not, it doesn't scream gun, especially when it doesn't say gun anywhere on it. I've got $5 that came in from Kronos 420, but what about the lefties? How dare, I'm assuming he meant to add you. Thank you so much. There you go. So back to this. So when I travel in my truck, so I carry basically to every match, I carry 2, when I'm driving, I carry 2 complete setups. And I mean belt gear, magazines, ammo, and all guns. It's basically all the equipment that I would normally take times 2. Because someone may get there and their equipment got lost on a flight, or if it's a local monthly match, I will, it could be that somebody just shows up and they think they want to shoot, but they didn't bring any guns, and we'll get them out there. I'll loan them a whole setup so they can shoot. And I've done that multiple times. Right. Or I could have a gun go down. I could have a whole set of guns go down. You never know. Yeah. And so I carry a complete second set of guns, and I basically don't use now. If I'm driving, like I'm going to drive to Kansas later this year for a match, and I know that, and I'm going to drive to South Carolina, and these are in that 12 to 14 hour drive range where it's close enough that I don't want to fly, but far enough that gonna stay there for a while. Yeah. And as
long as there's not an overnight in between,
Right. Yeah. Well, but we'll get into that shortly, because that's actually a thing. So I'll take for the match in Kansas, I'll take 2 rifles, 2 shotguns, and at least 2 pistols. I will probably take 3 or 4 pistols. I'll be in Grand Island, Kronos. Yeah. I'll probably take 3 or 4 pistols because handguns are the most likely gun to go down. Mm-hmm. Plus, I may just not feel it. I may just get there and be like, "Oh, this is a SIG match. This is a 2011 match. Oh, you know what? We don't have a single shot over 20 yards. I'm just going to go with an iron sight gun." Yeah, you never know. You never know. Right. So I'll take more pistols probably than anything else because I have the room. And the way my setup is now, because I've got that pack up set out, which I'm releasing the video and audio shows for that. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Supposed to do today would probably be Friday, but now that I've got the pack out set up, it's so easy. I don't use a hard case for my long guns when I travel in my truck.
All right.
And the reason for that is it's just more weight. It takes up more space. And the real reason is it doesn't actually fit across the back seat of my truck without kind of angling it and eating up a bunch of room. So, it's, I don't like to use the hard case. So I'll take a soft case with 2 rifles, a soft case with 2 shotguns. Mm-hmm. And I'll usually take the Benelli and the Beretta or whatever. And then, with the pistols will all go in the pack out, right? And then all of the belt gear, the ammo, everything's going to go in the pack out stuff. So it's basically to take it into the hotel room. It's like if I do everything in individual bags, it takes 5 or 10 minutes or longer to slog all that thing in at the beginning or at the end of the day and slog it back out to the car in the morning and go to the range. And with the pack out, it takes 2 minutes to snap it all together and roll it inside and then carry the 2 long gun bags in. It's done. It's so easy.
Now let me ask you a question real quick. Mm-hmm. So depending on where you're staying, because the location is going to matter. Mm-hmm. Do you tend to bring your stuff in through a back or a side door rather than through the front lobby? Because I do.
I try. So I try to go through the closest door. Okay. So if that's the front door and I have to walk right by the desk, no problem. I don't care. But most of the time I'm going to stay at a Hilton or Holiday Inn Express. I'm going to stay somewhere where I understand their policies. Yeah. And I understand that they're not going to have a problem with me bringing my guns in and out because I've stayed there. I've either stayed there before or I know their policy regarding it. And I'm not going to stay at some, hotel that that I'm not aware of that might have a no firearm policy or something weird like that. So, and usually there's a match hotel and I don't usually stay there, but I'll stay near there.
Right.
And I've never had a problem in a hotel with anyone.
No, I haven't.
Except Vegas. I did have a problem in Vegas after the Vegas shooting. After the Vegas shooting, that same year, I went to a match there. It was, I believe it was Surefire. Could have been Safariland, but they're both at the same range, so I don't know. It was at the Pro Gun Club, right? So I stayed in Vegas and drove out every day. And I stayed at one of the casino hotels. I want to say it was TI, but I could be wrong about that. And they originally they wanted me to lock my guns up. I talked to security. The first thing I did was I went to the front desk. I said, "Hey, I understand your rules have changed. I want to talk to your security." So they came over, they got security to come over, and I said, "Hey, how do you handle this?" He's like, "Well, we require that all guns be locked up in this safe room that we have." And I said, "Okay, well, can I access those in the morning and bring them back in the afternoon?" He's like, "No, sir, you can't access them until you check out." I said, "Okay, well, that's not going to work." I said, "That's at all." And so I left them in my car or my truck most of the time, but I would sneak them inside occasionally because, what they don't know, and I'm sure that they knew that I was going to do that when I said that, and they just didn't care because I wasn't a complete moron. Yeah. And it's been several years, so that any statute of limitations has run out. So anybody that's thinking about dropping a dime, go right ahead. But so that's been the only issue I've ever had was at that specific hotel, that specific year, where they were like, "Yeah, we have to lock your guns up in this room."
For me, going in the front in the lobby, right?
Yeah,
the lobby, there's more apt to be people around in there.
Sure.
And so the reason that, and I mean, we'll take our luggage and the suitcases and duffel bags and stuff through. That's fine. Backpacks or whatever. Mm-hmm. That's fine. Mm-hmm. But like the cases and things, I will typically do on a side door or back door. Once we get all that up to the room, I'll go out, I'll grab those and I'll come in. I'm usually parked by a side door anyway. And so even if I got to walk all the way down the hallway, we're talking about a Hampton Inn, a Holiday Inn Express, right? We're not talking about some big, huge resort hotel. That's right. A different story. But I do that more for people like see you, they eyeball you, they are they going to break into your room? Are they going to steal some shit? That's more my thought behind it. More than the establishment doesn't allow it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's, so there, and I've gotten used to this over the years to where I don't even think about it. And I think there's something about how you act when you're moving your guns in and out of the hotel. My son and I treat it like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it.
Like if you're going to steal something, man, like you own it, right?
Right. Yeah, right. And it's the same thing when you're trying to move things in and out. If I'm like acting like, hey, this is a big deal, people are going to stare and they're going to try to go, what is that? And I'm going to be like, well, it's obviously a bunch of guns. Well, I say it's obviously a bunch of guns. I mean, they're black bags that look a lot like guitar bags or other musical instruments or keyboard bags or there's all kinds of things that it looks like. It doesn't scream gun case. Now I try and leave my holsters and stuff that are really, really a giveaway. I try and leave those in the vehicle. Right. Yeah. But, and now that I have now I've started using the pack out system, when I'm driving, it's so easy just to roll it in and you can't see what's inside of it. It looks like I'm a carpenter bringing my tools in for the night.
So you're an electrician or whatever.
Yeah. I'm nothing to see here.
Yep.
Hide in plain sight.
Now, and I don't know if I'm getting ahead.
Yeah.
But as far as dress, that can be a giveaway too. That can be a tell as well. So,
right.
You come down in the morning or you're coming in and you've got, a club shirt or you've got, old, 511 pants, you're all packed out looking.
Fortunately, a lot of people wear cargo pants and most people don't pay much more attention than that. Hey, guy in cargo pants. And I'll usually wear like a jacket or a hoodie or something like that. If I'm in my gamer shirt, people will often ask what it is, but nowhere on my shirt does it have firearm or gun or anything like that. Right.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. And then people, there's, that can happen. But I tell you what, so we were at, I forget what match it was. I want to say it was at Hard as Hell in Utah, and we were staying there in St. George, and we came in one night and literally there was a group of people like us and some of the fellow shooters that literally were cleaning their guns in the restaurant. Like they had this little restaurant area, breakfast area set up for in the morning when you do it. And they had tables and everything. And there was like 4 of them just sitting there cleaning guns and bullshitting and drinking and just out in the open. People walking by, going to the pool, people going to the gym, people going out for a night on the town. And we're over there cleaning guns and shit. And I mean, like a whole table full of them. And
but that's also location. Right?
Right,
That was in a couple of different places. We would go in Oklahoma. Like we can break stuff out in the lobby, and they did not care. Not one.
Yeah. Yeah, and literally the staff would come by and be like, it's all good. And we had some sheriff's deputies there for a little while that they just go through the hotels every so often, and they're like, "Oh, look, what are you guys doing?" And we're like, "Oh yeah, we're shooting this match over here." And they're like, "Oh yeah, that's cool, that's awesome, man, that's great." And so it really, it's venue, right? Like I don't know that I would do that in Kansas because it's just a little bit different vibe, but in St. George, Utah, I don't think that that's a problem, right? And then, but obviously, it wasn't a problem at that hotel, and I wouldn't do it in downtown Nashville. But apparently, these guys had asked the people at the desk, and they're like, "Yeah, go ahead, I guess." And I mean, they had like ARs broken down, shotguns broken down, pistols broken down, cleaning them. Not, obviously they were being careful not to mess up the tables, and they were being very careful, right? So, So I think
it's a better. You don't have any room in a traditional room. You know what I mean? And the lighting typically sucks in a hotel room. On top of that. Yeah. So it really is a shitty place to try to do any maintenance and cleaning.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I take the guns, I take ammo, I take the gear. I actually leave the ammo in the car most of the time. There's just no point in bringing it in. If somebody wants to haul off, 40 pounds of ammo, good luck running with it, brother. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt you. And so I don't really care much about that. But it's been, I've had different experiences, and I think that there's this perception in America that people are against guns. And when I tell people what I do, they're like, "Oh, that's so cool. When does it happen?" And the local. So at this match in Kansas or Nebraska that I'm going to shoot, it's in Nebraska. I keep saying Kansas, but it's in. They actually run an article about. They run a story about it in the local paper like every year. It's welcomed, right? And so. The Hard as Hell event down in St. George, it brings so much money to the area that the people, the restaurant owners, the gun stores, even Walmart knows. They're like, "Oh yeah, this is we're glad you guys are here. Come on in and buy stuff." And so. We bring all the gear that we need, and there's other gear, obviously this, but, for those that are listening and don't really, maybe haven't done a match or an event before, there's other stuff that I bring. I bring a med kit, which I call a do not die kit. I bring a do not die kit. I bring a boo-boo kit. I bring knives and tools and, my street clothes, all of the stuff that you would take, right? That you're going to go away for 3 or 4 days. Yep. And I try not to eat like a savage, so one of the biggest things I learned early on was don't go to restaurants every night. Just, maybe the first night, cause you're tired. You just want to,
oh, whatever. You're just a puss, man.
Maybe the first night you go to the restaurant because you're tired and you don't want to go back to the hotel and do anything. But for the second night, I'll usually, if I'm not going to go out with other shooters, which I usually don't, because the second night I will have shot the match. I will want to do maintenance on the firearms, or at least check them. I'm going to check my ammo, make sure I've got enough that, make sure that I don't need to stop by the next day and buy some more ammo. Make sure that, I want to do an inventory. I want to make sure that everything's going to be okay. And then maybe I'll go out to eat, somewhere. Right. But usually I'll just stay in. I'll buy a sandwich or something, from, well, sometimes I have them in the lobby, but wherever, grocery store, stop at Walmart, buy a sandwich or stuff to make sandwiches. Almost every hotel room I've been in lately has had a refrigerator. So that's like super nice. Right. And, so it, I just make my own food. I try not to eat out every night when I'm on the out doing a match. Usually the last night we finish up and everybody goes home. So Friday night we shoot. I go back to the hotel, usually like crap out. Saturday night's usually a party night. And we all go out somewhere and make a night of it. And I think that that's not a bad way to do it, unless you shot like shit, and maybe you need to not go out, right?
Are you having fun? That's the thing.
That is the thing. And there's like a whole, but, and depending on what you're doing, you may want to, for example, one of the first things I recommend a lot, especially new shooters, new competitors, I recommend the minute they get to the range, they ask where the sight-in range is, because almost every event's going to have a bay somewhere or somewhere where you can go and make sure that your guns are still zeroed and everything's working, and you don't just train wreck your first stage and then now you're playing catch up. The whole trying to fix something on the fly. Yeah. So I always recommend that you take that advantage. You go and you do, whether you feel like you need to or not, check that rifle, check that zero, check, make sure the batteries in your optic work. Right. Well, sorry.
So we, my forte background, it's all precision, right?
Sure.
And so, slow fire for the most part, precision, and we didn't have that, but it's you've got ample time for the match, right? Mm-hmm. So like 3-position rimfire, for example, you've got 45 minutes to complete that match. And you've got cider bulls on every piece of paper. So you can adjust on the fly, you can do things on the fly. You can check everything before you actually start shooting. You can check everything as you move positions, that sort of thing. So, yeah, for sure. I think that it's, but definitely important to check everything like that. Yeah, is what I mean. That regardless of the type of match.
Right. Yeah. You just don't know. Right. You could have dropped your rifle and messed up the zero on your scope, or you could have. The ammo that you brought may not match your pistol. It may be, maybe you picked up the wrong stuff, or who knows, anything could happen, and you need to know before that first stage. And plus, you go out, you put a few rounds down range, you shake off the long drive, you shake, you get that, you don't have that first round jitters as much. I think it's just a good way to do things. Yeah. No, and I walk all of the stages the first day. So what I want to do when I travel somewhere, especially to a match, I want to get there. So let's say it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday match. That's the way it normally works. Very rare it's a Saturday, Sunday match only. So normally I want to get there Thursday. And I'm going to go sight in my guns first. And then I'm going to take my notepad and my video camera and maybe my cool new drone. And I'm going to go walk the stages, every single one of them. I'm going to get video, and I'm going to look at where everything is. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to go back to the hotel, and I'm going to visualize shooting that stage over and over and over again until I have it locked in. I know where the targets are. I know what I'm doing. I know how, I know what I need to do. And So when I actually go shoot it for real, there's no surprises, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's like a very it's a very important thing that's super easy to overlook. And I try really hard. I mean, obviously, I try really hard not to overlook that. But it's just, I can't tell you how many times I've been at a match with somebody and they don't even walk, they barely walk the stages, and then they wonder why they do poorly, right? I walk the stages and I do poorly. So, I mean, I need all the help I can get. And so I recommend that everybody do that. And really, it's so helpful to visualize all of the, all of the things that you can, because I don't know. It's just, I don't know how else to explain it. It's just so, it's so important. Because it's a memory game as much as anything else. And you need to remember where the targets are, and you need to understand what the different shooting positions are. And you're going to get a chance to walk it day of, but if the first time you're seeing the stage is, 5 minutes before you shoot it, brother, that's not the way to do things. That's not how business gets done, as they say. So, I actually have a video of a stage. I think I have a video of me walking a stage. I'm going to see if I can find it. I think I have one from this match in Texas from a long time ago. And let me see if I can find it. I don't think this is it. I thought maybe it was it, but.
Whoa.
Yeah, sorry, that's not it. All right. Give me one second. I'll find it. But I have a couple of videos from this match I shot in Texas many years ago, down in Waxahachie. Yeah, there we go. No, that's not it. It just looks like it. But down at ETTS, and it was a really great stage. Just because of how ridiculous it was. And it was just so bad. It was just so ridiculous. I can't even, I'm not even going to try and say anything more than that. I was going to try and find this video here, which is going to make for terrible, when I upload this in the audio world, but
just explain it in your words, man. That's all you need to do.
So when you, just to sidebar while I'm looking for this, when you were doing your precision type matches, or you were doing like Appleseed or any of that, what was your what was your setup to go do these? Were you were you getting really into it, or just a couple of bags, throw them in a car and go?
Well, you got to realize I was in 4-H shooting sports for like 2 decades, right?
Okay.
So it wasn't just me; it was kids in the club. I mean, we would have, as few as a half a dozen, all the way up to even a couple dozen kids at any given time. And so I had to have club manager, not just my gear and my youngest daughter's gear. I had to have club manager gear, and I had to have, you talk about the extras, right? Like I had to have fucking extras, like 5 extra of everything. And that's where, yeah, it was kind of brutal.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, you got to be prepared. I mean,
sure.
Because, you've got, first of all, you're going to have kids that use the club equipment, right?
Yes.
And then you're going to have kids that their stuff goes down, or they forgot to bring something, right? And then when you're dealing with, let's just round it off and say a dozen kids, what are the odds? I mean, at any given fucking match you go to, there's going to be multiple things that got forgot.
Sure.
So you got to be prepared for all that. Yeah, you talk about the boo-boo kit, my boo-boo kit was huge. I had a whole big SOG range bag, as a matter of fact, that basically was my boo-boo kit. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah, that's wow. I mean,
I had to be prepared for so many different things. You're talking about, and we did rifle, shotgun, pistol, black powder, and archery, right? So,
wow,
that's depending on the match we would go to. If you were talking about state, if you were talking about something like that, if you were talking about March Madness, if you were talking about any of those type matches, you may have kids shooting in multiple discipline events. You know what I mean? So, like I've had a literal entire truck bed full of guns, bows, like, like there's no room to walk in the hotel room. You know what I mean? And there's no way to sneak that shit in. But, usually it was, 4-H sanctioned hotels, we got a discount for that. It's Texas on top of that too, for the most part. And so we didn't have to worry about it. But yeah, I mean, when you're talking about hauling gear, holy shit, dude. Like thankfully I never had to take a trailer. We actually had a 12-foot trailer.
I was going to get to that.
We actually had a 12-foot trailer. And I never had to, it for the most part stayed on the range and stored stuff. And we've had to move it a few times for different things, but, I've never had to take it to a match. Thankfully, I never had to pull a trailer. That was kind of sucked.
Yeah. I had, I actually, one year I had, I was going to go shoot this match, and one of my friend was like, "Hey, we're going to, we were all going to go shoot Hard as Hell in Utah. We were all in the Reno and the Bay Area, right? Mm-hmm. So we all got together, and we basically had this. We're like, hey, we're going to, this guy's got this trailer, and it was like just a regular little like, I don't know, like a 12 by, like a 8 by 12 or 10 by 12. I mean, it's a small enclosed trailer, like bigger than what most U-Hauls are, but not like my big gigantic trailers that I have. Yeah. And they were like, hey, we're just, what was funny is I didn't realize I had the trailer. And I'm like, they're like, hey, yeah, we're going to take everybody's gear. How are you going to take everybody's gear? Like, I know how much gear there is. How are you, like,
right. Yeah.
Like, yeah, we're going to take all the ammo. We're going to take, these guys' guns. And I'm just like, the whole time I'm like, this isn't making any sense to me. Like, what are you doing? And what I come to find out was that literally that's what they were doing was packing everybody's stuff into this trailer, and it was full of ammo and guns and everything, like everything. It was, and so obviously we got there, shot, and the trailer gets a little lighter, but then I was like, hey, I'm flying back. Can I put my ammo in there? And they're like, yeah, we'll put your ammo in there. So they actually carted my ammo back for me. Nice. Yeah, because I was flying. And normally I have to give my ammo away if I'm flying. If I fly in normally, unless it'll fit in my bag, I'm giving like shotgun ammo and 55 grain hoser ammo. I just give that away at the range. If I have any left, which I really try not to, I'm just like, hey man, anybody need any ammo, man? Like, so that kind of works for me really well.
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna turn that shit down, No,
and and so I was at the last Hard as Hell I shot with the one where I tore my leg up, and I made some good friends because I was just like, here, do you want this half case of shotgun shells that I didn't shoot? Yeah, I do actually. Do you want this? Hey man, I got a bunch of rifle ammo. Do you want the rifle ammo? Yeah, I'll take that. How about this pistol ammo? You want some of that? Oh yeah, I'll take that too. Nice. So, they were all like super happy, and why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? So I'm trying really hard to find this video of the stage walk. I may have to do it on another show, but it really is an excellent example. I know I have it here. It's just it's so buried.
That's one of the things with what we did is the whole borrowing ammo, or especially borrowing arrows. Like that shit don't work.
Right. Yeah.
Because your equipment is dialed in for that we're talking precision, right? It's dialed in for that very specific thing. And like you can shoot the match, don't get me wrong. But your chances of placing are fucking virtually zero, if you try to do that.
All right.
Because, arrows are cut to length, right? Cut, the weight, catered to the bow, the lengths catered to your draw. They're all custom. So if you borrow an arrow, you're fucked. And then, like I said, the rifles, pistols, hell, even the shotguns for that matter, because they're set up to pattern a certain way or whatever. And so, there was, borrowing ammo. And I'm not talking about the giveaway like you're talking about, but, if you got out there and you needed some, I've heard people go, I didn't bring enough ammo. And, somebody, loaned me a box of ammo or did this or did that. It's like, that shit wouldn't fly with what we were doing.
Right. Well, in fairness, right? Like we were, the way that we were doing it, the way we had to do it was that, the way I do it. So I would fly in just because of the amount of ammo I had to bring. I would, all right. So I got this. Let me,
find it.
I found it. Now I got to figure out how to share it. There we go. And then I'm going to email it to myself.
Nice.
There we go. I will just hit send. And it'll be over here in a second, and then I'll play it. Easy as pie. The problem with having my computer set up the way I do, by the way, is that I don't have everything, because of security, I don't have everything linked. So I don't, I have files on the computer inside and files out here. I'll edit this out, but. All right. So let's download this. So I'm buying factory ammo to give away, and let's see if this actually worked.
Oh, hell, our shot picture just popped up on my second screen. How about that?
Your what picture?
The picture we took a shot.
Oh, cool.
So I updated this MacBook the other day, and when I did, it had an update. When I did, it put the calendar, the weather, and it rotates. It's got a little slot like modules. I don't even know what you call them. That it put on my second screen, and it's a calendar, the weather, and then it's a slot that rotates through my pictures.
Oh, wow.
It's like, oh shit, there's grid.
Awesome.
Up here.
All right, so this is being a little more difficult than I thought. Well, I didn't, I've never really had any issues with, trying to, other than just getting the actual, wait, will it do it? This is being a pain now.
Kronos, I think, was asking about some Makarov.
Makarov.
Said, how much is Makarov? You talking about the ammo? I'm 18. Somewhere probably around 30 cents a round, probably. Something like
I don't know. I'm honestly the wrong person to ask because I don't mess around with Makarov, to be honest.
Yeah, probably starts around 30 cents around.
Yeah.
25, 30 cents. Yeah. And that's probably surplus, probably nasty stuff.
Yeah.
For the longest, Academy had some in their Monarch that was pretty solid. The Monarch steel case that Academy sells, that was really reasonable. I don't know if they still do that or not.
I don't know that I've ever seen what I would consider good Makarov ammo, but I have a friend of mine who really likes those, though, for some reason. He's all about them. So
they're cool. They're cool little guns.
Yeah. They're
not cheap like they used to be, that's for sure. But of course, none of that older Milsurp stuff is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Makarovs I paid $50 for that are. I mean, you can't touch them. You can't touch them for $500 now. You know, and I'm talking about gave $50 for less than 2 decades ago. You know, in the 2000s, I gave $50 for them that you can't touch for $500 now.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever had a good Makarov. I had a Makarov because they were like $80 at one point or something. They were like,
right? Why not?
Cheap. Yeah, it was literally one of those. I was like, why wouldn't I? And then it got to get hard. They shoot that like 9x18 or whatever, and it got hard. It got hard to buy the 9mm Makarov, and I just was like, this sucks, and I didn't like it. So
yeah, most people that end up getting them got them because it's like a poor man's PPK.
Yeah, it is, and that's what I kind of wanted it as, you know. But I was like, but the problem was it never lived up to that hype.
No.
First of all,
I say that
yours. I don't know about yours. Mine, while it was not necessarily a Jam-O-Matic, it certainly was not the most reliable firearm.
Well, so you had a few issues at hand. First of all, there's so many different variations, right?
Sure.
Are you talking Russian? Are you talking Polish? Are you talking Bulgarian? Are you talking Hungarian? Are you like they're all different?
Really certain mine was a Russian one.
Are you talking about an East German? But the thing is with the ammo is you need a really aggressive OGAB. It needs to be almost like you put a marble in the end of it. You know what I mean? It needs a really, really curvy projectile to feed reliably. And what you get is you've got companies that are basically loading 380s in there. And like that's not the type of a projectile that it was designed to run, right? It was designed to run old Milsurp, like 100% round nose ball stuff.
Yeah, I think the one I had was a Russian one, and I bought the Wolf and the Silver Bear. Yeah, probably Silver Bear. Yeah, and I bought the 9x18 stuff, and it was. I'm going to say that the gun didn't blow up in my face or anything stupid like that. It wasn't a good. To me, it just wasn't a particularly good firearm. You know what I mean?
Biggest complaint I've got with any of the Makarovs are this way, and it's not specific to a Makarov. There's lots of handguns that do it. Is slide bite. If you are not like for the longest time, people here would recommend those as like concealed carry and stuff, and I'm like to like novices, people that have never shot a gun, and I'm like. You've got to be really careful how you grip a Makarov because if you do it wrong, that slide will cut your ass.
Yeah, that's true. I think mine bit me one time.
Yeah, it will get you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This is being a lot more trouble than it's worth. Why is this being such a pain in the ass? I don't. This seems like something that should not. It should be really, really easy, and it's making itself really, really difficult. So let me try this a different way.
Technology is wonderful.
It is, and if I didn't want this to work like right now, it would absolutely 100% work perfect. But because I want it to work right now, it is not working. So, but what was the so it was a 4-H, because I know 4-H has a Clay's team here with a couple of the high schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably
they shoot sporting clays.
So you can start a 4-H club with doing pretty much anything, like whatever you can come up with. Like if you wanted to start a 4-H club for pick the thing, mowing lawns. Like literally you can do that. But you just need as far as I'm aware anyway, you go to your county extension agent, ag extension agent, which works through usually a university in your state, one of the major universities, and then from there you have to have 3 kids from 2 separate families, I think is the way it works.
Okay.
Minimum 3 kids from 2 separate families to start a club, and then you're off to the races, man. But at one time we topped out at a little over 200 kids in our club.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that's pretty serious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been to competitions before where there was 700, 800 kids registered to shoot. So that is some pretty crazy events. That's a lot of kids. That's a lot of kids with guns and bows and.
Yeah, that is.
One thing we never got into was air guns, and a lot of rifle clubs I know and 4-H stuff and otherwise do air gun. A lot of air gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we never did, and the reason is very simple. When they reached out to me, because I was a pretty prominent person in the county and well known to be a gun guy. When they reached out to me to, if I had any interest, 22s is just what I had. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I had a couple of Red Riders, and I think I got an old Benjamin or Sheridan or something in there, and you know what I mean? But I got tons of fucking 22s. So, it was just easier to start with 22s. And
yeah.
So we just never got into the air gun. Plus we were shooting, our range. We, had some land that we were able to basically fashion a range on where we could do actually rifle, pistol, shotgun, black powder, and archery all on the same piece of property all at the same time. Once we got enough coaches and whatnot built up.
Right.
And it being outdoors, like, air gun just doesn't do the greatest outdoors. So.
I mean, it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I actually started shooting with air guns. I think I told you I had an RWS, which was an adult air rifle.
Oh yeah.
And it was, I had a great time with that thing. Mm-hmm. And it was one of those. It's one of those interesting things where I never thought that much about it, but it was such a precision piece of equipment.
Oh yeah.
That it really taught me a lot about how to be a really good marksman. Because it was so accurate that if you didn't do your job, you knew the gun did not cost you to miss.
So you had a talent. So with air rifle, and I'm versed in all of it, right? Because I'm certified instructor in all of it. There's no distinguishment when rifle is rifle, right?
Right.
And air rifle's a part of that. It's like pistol, and air pistols are part of that.
Sure.
But the thing with air rifle is the follow through. Like, it's so critical because you want to break the trigger a lot of times and then jump off the trigger and whatnot. And you cannot do that. You have to break the trigger, hold, count to like 2, then let off. You know what I mean? Because it's not moving out the barrel as fast as a bullet.
Right.
And you have any kind of movement, within a second of breaking the trigger, and it can affect your shot.
Yeah,
it's really weird. Or within that second, right after you break the trigger.
Well, it just, to me, it always seemed like the guns were so accurate that if I just did my job, I could not miss. And so when I missed, I knew it was me. I knew that for a fact that I fucked up.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting that you were talking about that.
Did I tell you that I have an air rifle here, a badass
Yeah,
air
you
rifle?
told me that you got the Umarex thing in. We really didn't get into it much the other day because you were busy.
So I don't think we've talked about me shooting it or anything. So spoiler alert on the video to be coming up soon. But what better way to give spoilers than on gun prattle? But
that's it.
The Umarex Zelos in 25 caliber, first serious air gun I've had any kind of time with. It's a PCP, and
you're gonna have to define that. So
do what?
You're gonna have to define that because nobody knows what that means.
That is not it's not drugs. It is. It's got an air tank, so you use a compressor and you pump it up, right? I don't know what PCP stands for. Pneumatic compressed. I don't even know. What does PCP stand for?
I don't know.
Somebody out there look it up. Anyway, it's got a built-in tank, and it's like a scuba tank, right, on it. And you've got a special compressor that you use to pump it up. Anyway, so I got the optic on it. I put a first focal plane 1-10 by 28 LPBO on it, and at 75 yards, you can definitely cover a 5-shot group with a quarter, maybe even a nickel. I didn't try it, but maybe a nickel. It's serious, dude. It's got one of the craziest triggers. Like, do not touch the fucking trigger. Pneumatic, compression, physics. Kronos is out there guessing. I don't think it is. I don't think it has anything to do with physics. Hang on. Let's see. Air guns. What does PCP stand for? Pre-charged pneumatic. There you go.
Pre-charged pneumatic.
I never would have guessed that. I knew it was something pneumatic, but I never would have guessed pre-charged pneumatic.
Yeah, me neither.
But yeah, I had a company send me the compressor is the thing like a year ago. Well, you was there when I was talking to Mark from Umarex's shot. And they sent me that like a fucking year ago, that compressor. And I'm like, well, fuck, I don't have a PCP air gun. And I was talking to Mark at one of the shows last year, and I don't think it was shot. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'll get you something. And like he never did, and I forgot. And when I was cleaning up around Christmas time, I noticed that there it was sitting in the corner in a box. And I'm like, motherfucker, that compressor is sitting here. I got to get with Mark. And I'm like, I'll just wait till shot. But
yeah, I don't have much of a experience. I don't have much experience with air guns. So I did a bunch of air gun stuff when I was a kid with the RWS and a Benjamin and a Beeman. So I had some good stuff. I'm not going to say I didn't have good stuff. I had good stuff, but I didn't really do that much with it beyond that. And then I have, over the years, I've had a little bit of podcast here and there. I mean, a little bit of air gun, stuff here and there, but it's not anything serious. My buddy is a big air gun guy, and he's got like an Ed gun, and he's got all of this like really high end air gun stuff, and I'm just like, man, I mean, it's cool, but what do I know about it?
This is so when this come in, I went and looked it up because I was blown away at how badass it looked.
Mm-hmm.
I went and looked it up, and this is like an $800 air rifle without an optic. Like that's just like just air rifle without the compressor to charge it. Like by the time you buy this air rifle, your magazines, a compressor, an optic, you're over $1,000 easy. I'm talking about easy.
Sure.
Over $1,000, probably closer to 1,200, 1,500. I've shot them like at range days, different things like that. I've shot them at competitions, like just playing around in between matches and things like that, or before or after. I've shot various, really cool air rifles before, but I've never had one here to spend any kind of significant time with. This is the first. Yeah. So, it's been fun. It's been fun, but it's quiet, but like, it's just as accurate as a 22, but yet it doesn't make any noise at the same time.
Right.
You don't have to worry about Air Pro at all.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. There's something about the tactile, or not tactile, but there's something about having to charge it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You shoot it so much, and then you put it on the compressor and charge it. It's kind of like black powder in a way, right? Like that's the fun thing about black powder is all the different steps you go through. Like all of that is kind of fun in and of itself. And with this, that's what I'm finding with this is it's a totally different thing than just throwing around in and pulling a trigger. Like there's a process to it, and that part of the fun is that process.
All right, so here we go. This is how I break a stage. I'm sorry, guys, it took forever. I don't know. This is gonna be a messy video.
Stage 2, Texas hard as hell. Start procedure is to start way up here at the ETATS plate. Pistol loaded and holstered, rifle slung, shotgun loaded, staged in barrel. We're going to start at this ETTS plate.
Obviously, I was zoomed in too far.
Pistol.
All right, so I'm going to stop here for a second. So what happened with this is this thing swung way back and forth once you hit it, but it was also, it's spinning and it's swinging. So it's a 5-point star that's rotating.
Oh, it's
swinging. Yeah, and it's swinging.
Nice.
We were retreat back. Pistol spinner. Knockdown steel. Texas star. Drop the magazine. Fire one round at that high value target. Holster pistol. Then we run around this berm.
In Texas, they take a long time to do everything.
To this barrel. Barrel is there. Retrieve our shotgun. Come into the shooting area. We have knockdown steel, including one behind a barrel. We have a spinner, which I'll probably take from here, facing straight on as possible. And then we have a Death Star.
All right, so the Death Star is wound up on a spring. You shoot an activator plate and it starts spinning in opposite directions. So the front is spinning one way and the back is spinning the other way.
Yep.
Death Star.
Activator must be shot to start it. And of course, at least one thrown clay. We shall abandon our shotgun And we are going to run.
A lot of running.
Over here. And use this rope to climb up through these 2 barrels. Which I just did, and it's actually not that hard. And on the opposite side.
This text is enough for you yet, Clover?
Oh yeah.
I'm going to descend this hill and shoot some rifle. There's a rifle spinner. Let's focus in on that. Rifle spinner with some paper and some static steel, and look in that corner, you see another spinner.
There was actually 3 spinners on that stage. Should be shot with rifle.
So good times. You guys are missing out.
So
nice.
That's I would do that on. And now, of course, I got the drone. It'll just follow me around and do that. But I walk and talk myself through the stage a couple of times. Make sure I don't miss anything. Make sure that there's not a hidden target somewhere that I don't see. That kind of that. Make sure that I understand what we're doing. We ended up having to actually shoot. What I didn't say there is you had to climb up in the truck. And all the shots had to come from inside the truck.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you were in the bed of the truck. And by the way, anything metal, even if it's painted white, anything metal out in the sunlight in Texas becomes a blowtorch.
Yeah.
And so you're not able to brace yourself. And what I learned a long time ago is that there are 2 pieces of equipment that you must take with you to a match that most people never think about. And number 1 is a pair of elbow pads. Now, you don't need the hard plastic ones, skateboard pads, but just the tactical ones that have the gel or whatever, just to keep you from banging things up.
Yep.
And those are worth their weight in gold, because when you need to lean against something that's like scorching hot, for me, it's usually that it's scorching hot. Or it's, pointy or sharp or gravel.
Right.
When you've got to lean against it or shoot off of it, absolutely is the best thing ever. And then the second thing is a pair of knee pads, because all you need to do is have to go into a kneeling or reverse kneel position and, put your knee down on a case that's upended and you can cut the crap out of your leg or your knee or whatever. And so those 2 things, which I've never really considered that important at all.
Yeah.
Like I went for a couple of years. I would see people using them and I'm like, what are they thinking? And then after I burned my arm a couple of times and I'm like, man, why am I doing this? The Texas Hard as Hell match, by the way, not that one it was that match. So that was the most Texas match I've ever shot. So I'm on a rope bridge. They loved rope bridges at this match. So I'm on this rope bridge and I'm shooting shotgun off of this rope bridge. And what I didn't know is that at some point when I was pasting targets, I had a paster get on a shotgun shell and it chambered fine, but the paster, it wasn't extracting the shell. And so I had a stuck hole in my shotgun, and I just flew in and I didn't have a pocket knife on me. And so I'm like, I need a pocket knife. And this 12-year-old kid, just like, I got you, bro. He was helping out. He's a really good kid. I can't think of his name right off the top of my head, but he was
awesome.
Yeah, he's an awesome dude, and he was the son of the people who ran the match, and he was just working the match, and a super good kid. And he's like, he gives me the knife, and I like pull the hole out and I stick it and I just threw it down and stuck it in the bridge, because again, this is the most Texas thing ever. Is this 12-year-old kid handing me this knife in the middle of a match where I've got a hull stuck in my shotgun, and I finished out and no problems. And I went over afterwards and say, hey man, I really appreciate it. Here's your knife back. And he was like, yeah, no problem. And so the next year I brought him an out the front. It was a clone of a
Microtech.
Of a Microtech. It was like a $30 or $40. It wasn't an expensive knife. And I asked his parents, I'm like, hey, can I give this kid this knife? Because he had helped me out so much. And they're like, yeah, absolutely. And so I gave him the knife. And that year, in the second most Texas thing ever, was the kid is driving around the range in a Texas Suzuki Samurai, which means it had no front fenders, had like 33-inch tires on it, and looked like it had been out in the desert for 10 years. Uh-huh. This kid is driving around with he's 13 at this point. He's driving around a manual transmission Suzuki Samurai ranch vehicle with a 5-year-old riding jump seat with a dog in the back. Mm-hmm. Like, it's the most Texas thing ever, right? Like, it was like, I'm in Texas for sure, 100%. And yeah, he's a good kid. His last name's Killian. I can't think of his first name, but he was the like I said, he was the son of the people who were running the match. It was awesome. It was just great because like all the adults are sitting there looking stunned that I'm going, knife, I need a knife. And the kid's like, Gabe, his name's Gabe. Gabe's like, here, I got you, bro. Like, it's like, even though he's been waiting for that moment since they let him carry a knife, right? And that dude is that dude's awesome. I don't know where he is right now. Hopefully he's doing well because he's a good kid. And but that was like the most Texas thing ever. Was this 12-year-old kid giving me a knife in the middle of the match? And yeah, so but that was. But that's how I do the stages and all of that. Times have changed. When I was a kid in Texas, we took our rifles to school mounted in the truck and pocket knives. Never had an issue. Yeah, it's the same thing, man. I remember I had to take my, I would get done. I would come out of the woods deer hunting, mm-hmm. and I would get on the bus with my gun in camo, smelling like dirt. Because and I get to school and I'd take my gun and turn it in at the office, and they had a little locker in the back where they put everybody's guns, and I go give them my gun, and I go down to the locker room and change clothes and then go to class.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I wasn't driving at that point, right? Like I had to ride the bus. I'm sitting there on the bus, and they had a little place up in the front of the bus where you put your. Now it had to be in a gun case. I will say that I wasn't like carrying around an open rifle or anything. They had a little place there, same place where the kids put their baseball bats and field hockey sticks, which we didn't do field hockey back then, but they would have.
Well, it could be in a box for us. There were. I had a couple that I just, it was in the box it came in, put it back in the box it came in. But it had to be in something, yeah.
It had to be in something, right? Yeah, it had to be in something. And but that's where all the band kids put their trombones and shit. That's where we put our rifles.
And nobody ever checked it to see if it was loaded. No. I don't ever remember a single time.
I don't remember ever even unload. I don't honestly ever remember unloading it.
Yeah, I can tell you.
I did. I'm not going to say that I didn't, but I don't. I mean, I probably did, but I'm not going to say that I did because
I'm pretty positive that my Marlin Model 60. Pretty positive there was multiple times it was loaded.
Yeah. Well, nobody was going to touch it.
It's possible. Nobody cared. Nobody like.
Yeah. And it wasn't like so. So I had a 30-30 Marlin because I couldn't afford a Winchester. Winchester was expensive, and
Marlin was arguably better anyway.
Arguably it was better, but at the time I think the Marlin was like $250 and the Winchester was like $300.
Well, Plus, if you went to Montgomery Ward or Sears, you could get the Glenfield or the some other, which is Marlin that they just renamed, right?
Yeah.
And it was even cheaper.
Yeah. No, no, you're right about that. And it, no, I had the plainest Marlin you ever saw. Is just plain black everything, wood, just walnut. Nothing.
Okay.
No burley maple, none of that nonsense. I had the plainest. I had iron sights on it because I couldn't afford a scope, so I had iron sights was what it was, and it was the plainest Marlin
I've got
30 you've ever seen in your life, and I don't remember ever unloading that gun ever. Like
I've got a Glenfield
safety on it though, so you knew it was on safe.
I've got a Glenfield 3030 that I bought with the box, with a Glenfield scope, 3-9 by 40, I think. Glenfield scope, Glenfield scope rings. It's all Glenfield. With the receipt where the guy bought it in the 70s at Montgomery Wharf.
I wish I still had that 3030, to be honest with you.
A cool little setup.
Yeah.
I don't remember the price. I'd have to go pull all that down and look.
Yeah.
I want to say it was definitely less than $200.
Well, there was
out the door. That was the rifle, the scope, and of course I don't have the ammo, the original ammo, but the rifle, the scope, the rings, and the ammo that he bought. He bought it all right there. It's all on one receipt, and it's all less than $200.
I remember that there was a time, like not long after I got my Marlin, there was a time where they were offering the Marlin with a Tasco or similar, is a budget optic 3x9, nothing fancy.
Back in the day, Tasco was pretty decent.
They actually were pretty good. They were Japanese. Yeah, they were Japanese glass, so they were pretty good. But they were cheap, right? They were cheap. I had Tasco air rifle scopes on a bunch of air rifles, and they never let me down even one time.
Yeah.
But I knew that I wanted so bad to buy this Marlin, same thing I had basically, except I think it had the bright finished metal instead of the plain painted black like I had.
Yeah.
And it was with the scope, I think it was like $189 on sale for Christmas. It's like $100 off or something, which was never happened, right? But they actually used to run Christmas sales. Like now, it's a Christmas sale doesn't mean shit. Back in the old days, Christmas sale was a sale. Like
yeah, that was a Black Friday. Yeah, it was a Black Friday of the day,
Yeah, like a Christmas sale was like you knew you were getting a deal, and
everybody had a Christmas sale catalog that would come out after sometime after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and you only had like a week to get in there and get it, and not like it is now, where every day is a sale of some kind. But it was in, man. I just
especially the holidays. I mean, they start Black Friday, like November, or like the day after Halloween.
Started it already. Yeah,
and and they run it, and they run. By the time Black Friday gets here, then they're plumbing the Christmas stuff, and so you have. Nowadays, you have 2 months of like constant sale. Nothing's really on sale because it's always on sale, like you said.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, and I mean, it just I really wanted that. I really wanted that setup, and I just never had the money, and it was never on sale at the right time, and then they quit. They quit doing it. So I was, and then I grew up. Then I got into bolt guns for a little while. And I started building the Mauser 96 and 98s I started sporterizing them to start with, and that was easy. And then I started doing I actually started going a little further than just sporterizing them. Right. And I have they need complete reworks now because they're all rusty. They've been sitting out at my parents' place. They have sulfur water, and so it's there's some corrosion in them just because of neglect over the years. But before my stepfather passed, I got all of the firearms out of the house, and there's a couple of 25-06s he had that were converted Mausers and some other things. And I'll get around to it. I'll get another. I need to get a barrel wrench for him, and or an action wrench, I should say, and pull the barrels off of them, refinish them, blue them, and turn them back into something cool. And that's how I paid my way through college.
Yeah,
it's interesting how life builds us, right? I could never afford anything when I was young, right? Like I couldn't afford. I never afforded that Marlin rifle. Like that was it was a gift from, like, I think my mom, my grandmother, maybe an aunt all kicked in money to buy that rifle for me, right? And even then, it wasn't technically my rifle. It was supposed to be mine and my brother's, my younger brother's, supposed to be shared, right? But it was my rifle. And, and over the years, that got traded off. And now I look back on it like what an idiot I was, but what but
well, I had to sell the rifle I was talking about, the Marlin Model 60. Yeah, taken on the bus. And I won that through a contest at school.
You did?
And it was awarded at school and brought it home on the bus with a brick of ammo. But I ended up at some point in my early 20s, babies needed diapers and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I said, like, I hear these stories every day, but had to sell it like it was the gun, or babies didn't have diapers or whatever the fuck, or babies.
Yeah, and you make choices, right?
Whatever it was, and it sucks, but I'll never get it back. That same one, but I've devoted part of my collection to collecting variants of Marlin Model 60s. I've probably got 50 of them.
Oh wow!
And since I can't have mine back, that's
all of them.
that's the best I can do, right? Is to just try to buy all of them.
Yeah, I get that. I think it's an interesting thing because I never really. So I loved building the Mausers. I love taking them because I tell you what I used to do. I used to go down to the local gun store, Volunteer Arms in Smyrna, Tennessee. Doesn't exist anymore. It used to be. It was the wildest store I've ever been into. One side was a gun store. The other side was a shoe store. So you could bring your wife or girlfriend, and they could shop for shoes while you're over there looking at guns. Wow. And, probably not a bad idea. Probably a wave of the future, to be honest. But I would go in there, and they have at one point in time, I think I was 19 or 20, and in college, and I was trying to pay my way through college.
Mm-hmm.
So probably closer to 18 and a half. I probably just barely turned 18. At any rate, I figured out I could go down and buy a Mauser for about $70 out the door, US dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that would be like it may have had the barrel replaced, but it had wood wasn't great, but it was a functional rifle. But it was, obviously with most of the Mausers, the Spanish Mausers were in 308, the German Mausers were in 8mm German, so a bunch of weird shit. You never knew what caliber you were going to get. I mean, you could kind of tell, and sometimes it was written on it, but it didn't matter because I'd take it home and I'd take it apart. And I'd take the stock off, and I don't even remember what I did with the stocks. I had a whole pile of them at one point, and I'd order a Mauser sporterized stock from Boyd Stock for like $50.
Yeah, if that.
Well, I would try and get the Sporter one, which had the dark wood at the front and the white insert, and then and it was already pre-inletted, right? So I didn't have to do anything really but bed the action.
Right.
And I had I kept that, Browning sold a kit called Acra Glass back in the day. They probably still do.
They do. Yeah.
And,
Brownell.
Yeah. And so I would.
You said Browning. You meant Brownells, right?
I said Brownell.
Yeah, I thought you said Browning.
I don't know. No, I said Brownells. I love Brownells, man. I had the 3-inch thick catalog from Brownells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I would make an order every time I bought one, or even before I bought it, because, back in the day, while credit cards were becoming more common, the way that I typically had to pay for everything was COD, which cost me like $4 more or something like that. And so I would place an order. When I had enough money to build one of these guns, I would place an order with Brownells for a Douglas Star Gauge barrel, air gauged barrel, and usually a short chambered 308, short chambered 30-06, short chambered 270, or a short chambered 243, because those were the calibers that would sell in my area.
Yeah.
Instantly, right? Like every deer hunter on the planet wanted a 30-06, 243, 270. It's what they wanted. And so I'd order a barrel. I'd order a set of the Express Safari sights, which were a 3-leaf flip up sight. So you had short range, long range, and or short range, medium range, and long range. So 50, 100, and 150 yards or whatever. And they had to be filed to fit. There was no adjustment on this rear leaf sight. And I'd order a hooded front target sight. And I'd order the stock from Boyd's. And basically, once I had all that ordered, I'd go down and get the gun. And by the time I had the gun taken apart and cleaned up, I'd unscrew the barrel off of it, clean the action up really good. Usually, I could get away with just cleaning the action up. Sometimes I had to do a little bit more work, but usually I could just get away with cleaning the action up. And there was a guy kind of local to me that did hot bluing. And he was probably doing it illegally, to be honest with you, because I think right about that time is when the EPA started closing all that shit down. But we were in Tennessee. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cared, And he was just a good old boy. He ran it in the summer. He ran a canoe guide service. So he'd take people down the river in canoes and show them a good time. And all winter he'd blue guns. I mean, he blew guns all year round, but that's just how he operated his business. Mm-hmm. And I'd put the barrel and the action together, make sure everything fit. I would obviously chamber the barrel because it's short chambered, so you have to finish ream it. And I got pretty good at that. Mm-hmm. And then I'd take it down to my buddy who did the bluing, and he'd blue the action in the barrel and the trigger guard and the bottom metal all to match. Because if you didn't, I made a mistake of ordering stuff that was already pre-blued, and then you got 4 different colors of damn bluing on it, and it just doesn't look. It looks like a pieced together gun, right? So, so I would just go down, and he would charge me. I would bring him everything pretty much stripped down to where all he really needed to do was let it soak in acetone for however long to get whatever off of it, and then start his process. He didn't have to do any cleaning or sanding or any buffing or any of that. Like he knew I'd bring it to him. He really didn't have to do anything but put it in the chemicals and take it out. And so I think he was charging me about $50 per gun to blue everything.
Right.
Now, you have to understand, he had gigantic bluing tanks, and he wasn't bluing my gun. He was bluing 20 guns at a time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense to do small batch.
No. He worked for a bunch of different gun shops in the area, and back in the day, we didn't have Cerakote, we didn't have all the stuff we got now, so you couldn't just like go out back and
the thing is, the chemicals for bluing, whenever you blue something, you basically fuck the chemicals up for future use. So you blue everything you possibly can at one time.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. Yeah.
Because you're effectively rusting the metal. It's a controlled rust of the metal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And so, and he was good. I mean, this old boy was good, right? He was just good at it. And he was just such, and he was literally like, if you saw him, you'd be like, that's a good old boy right there. Like,
right.
Like, I'm just, that's a good old boy. And I think he felt bad about charging me at all, because he knew I was a college kid and he knew I was building the guns to sell. So I'd end up with about $300 in this Mauser that I knew that I could sell for maybe 600, maybe. Right. And, but that was only because they looked really good and they were all custom, and I did, I'd do the bent, I'd take off the straight bolt handle and I put a bent bolt handle on it. And, I did a bunch of work to these things and a lot of hand fitting and all that kind of stuff. So they look good and I could get maybe $600 out of them. And that's how, so I'd basically double my, sometimes I didn't. Sometimes, I'd have I'd have a 308 or a 30-06 and everybody wants 243 or 260 or 270 rather. And I wouldn't be able to sell it.
Right.
Like I'd sit on it for months and I'd have that money tied up, which was, fine. But I paid a good chunk of my way through college doing that. So I was this close. I mean, inches away from getting my tabletop FFL, so I could actually like buy in bulk and have guns shipped to me instead of having to buy it. Because I know that I got Numerich's catalog, Gun Parts Corp. I got his catalog, and I know that they were buying. I got his catalog and Sarko's catalog, and I know that those Mausers were wholesaling for like $40 each.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so I was like, man, all I got to do is get this tabletop FFL. And I decrease my margins. I don't have, they won't do me on COD anymore. They'll do me on a 30. I just send them a check. That's $4 out of every shipment,
Uh-huh.
And that was in 1994. And two things happened in 1994 that jacked everything up.
Brady.
And the first thing that happened was the AWB.
No, it was 96.
That was 96, you're right.
Brady.
But or maybe
Brady.
94, I thought.
92 was Brady, I think. 96, AWB was 96. It was 96. And was it 90?
It was 94.
No, it was 94. The
AWB was 94, and the other thing that happened in 94
and the AWB, the I'm thinking I get it mixed up. The house flip, the Gingrich Revolution was
yeah, and then so the AWB went in 94, and I knew I was right because I was about halfway through my tabletop FFL, and I got a notice from the ATF saying that they weren't going to issue any more tabletop FFLs. You had to have a physical location, because they passed a law that year as well. Or a policy change that you couldn't do tabletop FFLs anymore. You had to have a physical location, and what they did is they expanded their power so that if you have an FFL, so before that, if you had a tabletop FFL, they really couldn't come into your home because it's your home. If your home was also your place of business, right? So, but then they changed it in '94 to where if you're an FFL and you operate out of your home, they do not need a warrant to come in and search the premises at any time that they want to. And so, but that came later. Okay. That came later. But first they said no more tabletop FFLs, couldn't sell at gun shows anymore, blah, 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 all this sort of thing. And overnight, my tabletop FFL dreams died, which was fine. I mean, I wasn't really married to the idea of having an FFL. I wasn't like, I didn't want to be in business, selling guns for the rest of my life. But what I did want to do was I just wanted to increase my margin enough to where if I had to sell a gun for $400, I was still making decent money. Right.
Right.
And so that didn't happen. And in '98, I pretty much quit doing it. So I did about 10 years total. I built rifles. Because in '98, that was about when the last of the Mausers that I could get were available. And the last ones that I could get in '98 were the Spanish Mausers. They were all short action, and they were all 308. They'd all been converted to 308. So it sucked. You couldn't, it was just the way it was. And I loved the Turkish and Polish Mausers. They were awesome. They were beautiful.
Right.
But anyway,
the Ottomans had some cool stuff.
Yeah, the Turkish Mausers were really well built. Like they were, and it's an argument that I think collectors still have is that the German and Austrian built, German, Austrian, and Finnish built Mausers, Mauser 96 and 98s were considered the best of the best. But I believe you, or pardon me, I believe that if you really look, that it's hard to beat the Turkish Mauser. It's hard. I mean, it's just a great, well-built gun.
Yeah.
So,
well, and I say the Ottomans, but have had some really good arms for a very, very, very long time.
Mm.
They did really good work, and I mean that transcends, I think, to a lot of the stuff you see from the Turks today. Now, don't get me wrong. There's just like the U.S., there's some junky companies as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But the Turks can make good stuff. They always have.
I think they've always, I think that for the most part, I think that there's a pride that comes to making guns.
There is, yeah. They take shit like you can't even, because I do a lot of work with a lot of importers that import Turkish stuff, right?
Yeah.
So at shows and stuff, a lot of times the Turks will be there. And I've even learned to speak a little bit of the language, but enough just to say hi and stuff like that. Sure. But you can't hardly even joke with them about stuff. You know how you'll joke about different guns and you'll call it a funny name, or you'll say something about, that's a ghetto gun or a ghetto blaster because it's gold, or like they take offense to that shit. Like they literally.
There's a lot of pride there. There's a lot of pride. I think that there's something about.
You're not being hateful. You're just joking. It's American for us to rip on each other and joke about shit. I'm not picking on the gun, but they take it that way. Like that's a baby. Like don't talk shit.
I think that there's this thing in America, right, where people don't if you take pride in being part of a martial industry, like if you you don't see people walk out today and go, I build F-16s. That's what I do. I build the bombs that we drop on. But they should take pride in that. I mean, it's a noble effort. It's something that's worth doing. The same thing in the firearms industry, right? Like yeah, you make Glocks, but they're not the best gun in the world, but they're a very, very good gun.
That's debatable, but yeah, I hear you.
You know, and when, you know, it's interesting.
There's a lot of military and a lot of law enforcement that would disagree with you. You know what I mean?
I love to have that argument too. I actually pick that fight a lot. I pick that fight a lot because it's not that I'm an anti-Glock guy.
Here's the thing, right? Like, this is it's gun prattle. So, you know, that right there tells you, like, when you're talking about firearms, when you're talking about guns and the whole hunting, you know, whatever in general,
all of it.
It's all fucking subjective, man. Like it really is. There's so much nuance and there's so much subjectivity that, you know, there's room to, everything is arguable, everything, you know, and we have those arguments, you know. At the end of the day, is anybody necessarily right or wrong? Not really.
So I like Vin Stager, right? Like I like the way he approached the Glock discussion. Is like, is it the best gun? No. Is it the best grip angle? Absolutely fucking not. Is it something that, you know, that the average shooter is going to be able to get the most out of? No, absolutely not. But if you do your job, will it hit what you aim at? Abso-fucking-lutely. Right. They're honestly, I think the last two generations, 5 and 6, have had the best barrels. Like, they're fucking accurate. Like, there can be no doubt. And whatever they've done with their machinery, they're very consistent from gun to gun. Now, are they a competition weapon? No. Will they work? Yes. You know, is the grip angle still weird? Yes. You know, it's you know, like, but I would agree you that if you do your job, if you do your job and you have reasonably good mechanics, body mechanics, and fundamentals of shooting, you are going to hit what you aim at, guaranteed, 100%.
I haven't been big on Glock since like Gen 3. Like, didn't care for the 4, didn't care for the 5.
I think Gen 3 is the pinnacle.
And you just made a I think they peaked at 3. But you made a valid point. I've shot the 6s lately over the last couple months, let's say, or so. Yeah. I've shot the 6s several times. Mm-hmm. And there's the 6s, I'm coming around to the 6. There's something about the 6 that it's just better. Yeah. And I agree with you that I think the barrel is part of it.
I think that Glocks have always had kind of hit or miss accuracy, right? And a lot of it was ammo related, right? They were kind of, you would get a gun that was kind of ammo picky about the ammo, but they were accurate enough.
Well, inflation, tariffs, whatever aside. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The 6s are far more expensive than what a 3. You know what I mean? Like, the Glocks have gone up considerably. So, like, considering that they've gone up, the quality should have increased.
Well, I think that that's part of it. I think that the quality did increase, and that's one of the reasons why they upped their price. And there's a lot of pros out there.
And when I say quality, I'm not talking about will it run, because a fucking Glock's going to run. By quality, I mean refinement when I say quality.
So I had this argument the other day, and this will make a great separate segment of gun prattle. But so while it's certainly possible to get a lemon, right? Just like you could get a Ferrari that doesn't run right, you could get you could spend $1 million on a car. So yeah.
Well, I doubt you get a lemon McLaren because so few are made, but
right.
Yeah, I get your point.
Sure. but well, it's certainly possible that you can get you could get a gun that doesn't run right. I can't name a gun in common use today that is not reliable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm actually going to do it because this subject gets brought up a lot. And my next episode, I'm going to start filming tomorrow, an episode about, because everybody, what pistol should I get for competition? what shotgun should I get? What rifle should I get? And it's like these dumbass questions. I'm like, so I actually, and I think I've told everybody this. I own almost, if not every major pistol that you can shoot 3-gun with. CZ. I don't have Tangfolio, but nobody shoots 3-gun with the Tangfo. SIG, Smith & Wesson, Glock, copies of Glocks, all of them. 2011s, 1911s, Springfield.
Well,
I have them all. And so I'm going to literally I'm going to go through it and then explain why that if you are starting out, whatever gun you own currently is probably good enough to start with.
Yeah.
And if you don't own anything, then probably just go buy a Glock. Glock's the Miata of, it's the same thing we say with race cars, right? Like if you own whatever race car you own today.
Well, I would say it's a Honda Civic, but yeah, I hear you.
Well, in racing, there is no better car to start driving on the track. If you have to go buy a car to learn how to race, go buy a Miata. 100%. The answer is always Miata. It's literally if you Google the answer is always Miata, you're going to find a bunch of shit on it, and because it is. And in shooting, for most people, what gun should I get to start competition? The answer is going to be Glock. The magazines are cheap. Parts are cheap. You can do any damn thing you want to it.
Yep.
But when you want to, maybe the Glock is okay, but try a 2011, try a P320, try a P365 fuse. Try an M&P. Try the new metal M&P. I've heard they're really good. Try Canic. The Canics are awesome. Like,
SAR-9.
Yeah, try the SAR-9. The SAR-9 looks like one of the best intro. I mean, there's a lot of different guns to try. But if you just had to, for example, if you just had to go out today and buy a gun because you're going to shoot a match next week, go buy a Glock. Mm-hmm. Go buy a Glock 17, 4 mags, done deal.
Yep. Yeah.
Or buy a Canic. You could buy a Canic. It's kind of the same thing.
It translates too into something that I've noticed, like in the rifle world. There's this whole idea of sub MOA. Oh, sub MOA, guaranteed sub MOA, guaranteed. And I'm thinking, I can go buy the cheapest bolt action rifle at Walmart right now, put a scope on it, and at 100 yards shoot sub MOA. And it's a cheap ass. It feels like shit. It looks like shit. But so I don't understand. That's what always annoyed me for years now with how everybody touts the sub MOA thing. And I'm like, that's not a flex anymore. Once upon a time, maybe, right? It's just not anymore. Even the shitty guns can do that.
I think it's context driven because, if we're talking like an AR, most ARs are not sub MOA. They just aren't. They'll shoot.
I said at Walmart. Walmart don't sell those, so I was talking bolt rifles. But yeah. So most bolt rifles should be MOA or less. Yeah,
should be with the right ammo. You need to find the ammo that it likes, but you'll get there.
Correct.
But I guess my problem with the MOA argument or the sub MOA or whatever argument. All right, so my competition rifles, for me to take them to a competition, I need for them to shoot basically 10 shots in a dime at 100 yards. And I need, when I click them, if I give it 2 clicks to the right, it needs to move to the right. If I give it 2 clicks to the left, it needs to move back to the left.
Box test, yeah.
Yeah, I do a box test, and they have to pass a box. Every single scope has to pass a box test, and every single gun needs to be able to get really kind of close to that, right? Now, the reality is the mechanical accuracy is just not that good. And I don't care what kind of, if you take the best test you can do is literally sit there with 100 rounds, load up 3 mags plus a 10 rounder, and just sit there and shoot at a target holding the same point of aim at 100 yards. And I promise you that no matter how good you think you are and how good you think your gun is and how good you think your ammo is and how consistent you think your ammo is, I promise you that more than likely you're going to shoot about a 3 to 5 inch group.
Yeah.
And it's just because there's so many variances, right? And so what we're really trying to do when we're talking about dialing in and point of impact, point of aim, is we're trying to shrink that and get the center of that cone. As we think of this as a cone of accuracy, we're trying to shrink that cone of accuracy as much as we can and say, okay, 90% of the hits are going to fall within this 2-inch area, right? So
Right.
Now if you're talking about a gun that shoots 5 rounds a weekend in a bolt gun or whatever, then that's a different subject. But I think most people have the wrong idea about mechanical accuracy, and they don't understand it. But most guns should be able to put 10 shots in about 10 shots in an inch at 100 yards. However, if you have 7 of them here and a flyer here and a flyer there and a flyer over there, that's just mechanical accuracy of the gun, because that's what you're going to get, right?
Well, I've found, and this is watching thousands upon thousands of people pull triggers on thousands and thousands of guns and thousands of calibers and whatever over the years. The vast majority of guns will outshoot the vast majority of people shooting them. Like the weak spot is the shooter. Always.
Yeah.
Like, and people think that now, can you get, and I always had this, and especially with archery, I've always taught this, because I had so many kids that come in and they got a big, nice compound bow. And it's like, yeah, I don't like that. You need to learn traditional archery first. That way you get your principles down, because those principles are going to translate to the big, nice compound bow and going to make you an even better archer. And whereas if you start out with that crutch, like having that sports car, having all those bells and whistles, having all of that, then you don't develop those fundamentals. And the lack of fundamentals does make a difference.
Yeah.
And so that's what people do, is they look to compensate for learning how to shoot. And so they're looking for that diamond in the rough, right? That one gun that is a crutch for them.
I want to dive into that in a minute, because I'm going to pick a fight with you a little bit, but give me 1 second here. Uncle Gun says that he can attest to the Canics. He knows at least 4 or 5 training companies that have Canics as a rental gun. Some have 50,000 rounds and still running. Yeah, I will tell you that I took mine to Hard as Hell Assaulter, and I literally drug the gun through the moon dust. When the gun still fired like 5 rounds before it just shook enough dust up in it to where it stopped the gun from going into battery. I literally shook dust out of it like this, racked it, and still I finished the course of fire. I had to manually close the gun every time because there was so much, the dust had packed itself in because of the explosions. But if I had shook it out first, it probably wouldn't have done anything. But because I fired it like 5 times before I realized that it was full of dust, it literally packed this gun full of dust, and it ran just fine. And literally, I did a low crawl under barbed wire that was like 2.5 feet high, right? So going through a simulated barbed wire tunnel, crawled under the barbed wire, dragging the pistol through this moon dust of St. George, Utah. Wow. So terrible experience for the gun. I still have the gun. Gun still works. But at any rate, yes, the mechanics are quite awesome. I think most guns would have said "fuck it" and gone home at that point. So I don't start new shooters anymore on iron sights. It's a bold statement right there, ain't it? I start them on red dots.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to hear the reasoning why?
I don't agree, but go ahead.
All right. So the reasoning why is there's a confidence issue when you're, especially with pistols, but also with rifles, with having to line those sights up and getting it down. And so, and what we're asking usually a young child to do, in my case, not because I don't normally teach adults how to shoot. I'm normally teaching kids how to shoot. And so I need them to work on one thing at a time. And so when I put the gun in their hand and I'm teaching body mechanics and they can just put the dot on and pull the trigger and get the hit, then we can work on the body mechanics and the footing and then
but here, okay, we're
actual fundamental. Hold on, I'm not done. All of the actual fundamentals, while they're actually learning how to look at something and how to position themselves and get their eye alignment right and do all of these things, and then when they go to the iron sights, they get it like that. They just get it, and it's a steeper learning curve because they just hit it faster and go with it. And I don't have 5 things that they have to remember when they're trying to shoot a gun for the first time.
So we're not that far off. Because my primary, the root of my beef, right, is learning the fundamentals first. And I said that.
Yeah.
So now, which fundamentals? Yes, we can debate that. That's fine.
Yeah.
But we do agree that the fundamentals are important, right?
Yeah.
And
I've also found that when I go ahead. I'm sorry.
I concede that with a red dot, especially if you've got somebody brand spanking new and somebody that is not interested and in it enough to want to really learn fundamentals, it's just an introductory thing. I can definitely see the benefit of putting a red dot in their hands.
I've tried it both way with kids.
Because the what you've got to do, one of the things you've got to do, and I'm talking specifically with kids, one thing you've got to do is make it fun. Obviously, safety above all else, but you've got to make it fun, and you've got to get them putting around whatever they're shooting. You've got to get them putting rounds on target, accomplishing something as quickly as possible in order for them to get interested enough to learn the fundamentals.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, certainly. That's I think a big chunk of it. But see, the other thing is that with kids, if you just throw, so most people, this is well. All right. Let me finish the other thing I was going to say. I also find that if people are trying to go faster and be more accurate with iron sights, I tell them to switch to a dot. And then if they get proficient with the dot, when they can just pull the gun and the dot's right there and they accept the dot and they pull trigger on target, they will be so much faster with their irons. 100% of the time. There's no doubt about it. I've proven it over and over and over and over. And I've had, people argue with me about it, but they're wrong. I've literally I've done this with so many different people.
Here's a disconnect real quick.
Yeah.
You're talking a totally different discipline than I'm talking to.
Well, I'm doing this with like CCW guys and that sort of thing.
Because you're saying faster. Oh, they're faster and they're getting fast. And it's like, and I'm speaking more.
I'm drawing two different things with red dots, right? So with kids, especially new shooters or kids that are excited, they want to do it, they want to shoot, and they're not going to listen to you, right? They just want to pull trigger, and they want to pull trigger many times. And so what I found is I slow them down and I say, look, you just put the dot on the target, you're going to hit it. Don't worry about the side. We're not worrying about side alignment. We're not worrying about, all of this. I want you to get your grip right. And once they have their grip right, I'm going to work on their arms. And then once I've got their arms right, I'm going to work on their leg placement and their body positioning. And once we have all of those mechanics down to where they just pull up and pull trigger and bang, then I move them to iron sight. Okay, let's try the iron sight gun now. Now, not only you've just got to line up the things and do, all of this, but they've already gotten a lot of that from shooting the red dot, and it's just a quicker learning curve, and it's more enjoyable, especially for new people and kids. And they feel good about it, and they have that instant feedback of, oh, you know what, the dot was on the bottom of the target when I pulled the trigger, so I pushed it or whatever. So I think that's really critical. And with people who are trying to be better, especially CCW carriers, competition guys, some degree, I've had the saying, almost all cops now use red dots, so they're not worried about iron sights. But guys who use iron sights because they don't want batteries to die, or it's their CCW, they don't want the extra.
Batteries dying ain't a thing really anymore, but
it isn't. But I literally still have people tell me that, well, I'd take a red dot, but the batteries will die, or it's too much room. I carry appendix, bro. I ain't got no room for a red dot on my pistol.
I would have to go back. And look, my number 2 carry is the Avidia Arms PD-10 in 38 Super Carry. I would have to go back and look at the video of roughly when I got that gun, but it's been 2, maybe 3 years ago. I have not replaced the fucking battery. It's an auto on, auto off, and I can go get that right now, pull it out of the holster, and the dot will be on. I can fucking guarantee you.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm that same way. Like, and when the batteries do, so when the batteries do die, that's, who cares? Just put it back.
I've specifically that particular one. I've specifically not. Now, I would recommend replacing the battery once a year, just as routine maintenance, right?
Yeah.
At least once a year, if not twice. Just routine maintenance. Batteries are cheap. But I've left that one just as a long-term test and to kind of prove a point. This is why I haven't fucked with that one.
So this is me teaching a very young lady how to shoot, and that is an AR pistol because it's small and 22.
Yeah, I've seen that
with a red dot. So she doesn't have to worry about cheek weld and all this. Just put the dot on it, make it feel good, and then hit the target. And she actually did really well. But I used to teach little kids how to shoot, and so I just found that for most people, and then in the midst of teaching young kids, I've also had people who have bought their very first handgun or their very first rifle, and they want to know how to shoot. And I'm always like, red dot, just go to put a dot on it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we started at 8 is when 4-H starts. So
and just put a dot on it and get good with the dot. And if you're trying to be faster for competition or whatever, put a dot on your training pistol. And I promise you, even if you like iron sight, because I switch back and forth between iron sights and red dot in competition. So if I'm allowed to, I'm going to I'll shoot a red dot gun. If it's like, well, you can't do that, you're in limited, or I'm in TAC ops or whatever, and I'm not in modified, whatever division I'm shooting. If I have to shoot so what ended up happening is I went to a red dot in a division where I could run a red dot on the pistol all the time, and then they've changed the classes around, and there's so many different organizations now that I don't often, I have to plan. Hey, well, with these guys I can shoot iron sights. These guys I shoot red dot, and so I noticed that when I would shoot 3 or 4 matches or train with the red dot, when I picked up the iron sighted gun, I was so much faster out of the holster.
Oh yeah.
And getting that target acquisition and even just index, just being able to just pump out and get that first shot, because you build the body mechanics to know that I'm out. And because what you do is you're training yourself to make make your hands do what they need to do to find that dot. And when you find the dot, you'll find the front sights. So
your muscle memory is close enough, right? It gets you close. In other words, at that point.
Yeah. You're training that what it needs to feel like when this happens. And I found that, and I have argued so much with people about this, but I promise you that if you are training, you should have a red dot pistol in your training kit. You need to have a 22 or a sub caliber, or you can run, a 9mm. You can run the same exact gun. But I promise you, if you and I tell you, one of my favorite training drills right now is like I have a SIG 22 caliber. It's smaller than your average duty gun, but it feels a lot like a duty gun. It's just a little lighter, but it got a red dot on it. It's 22,
322 or whatever.
Yeah, the 322. Yeah, and I'm telling you, bring that thing up and bang, 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 and I mean, it's just it's the same. It's the same gross motor movements. It's the same everything, and it's cheap practice. And if you want to get faster, if you want to know that when you pull and this is where I get with the CCW guys. When you pull that, when you go to pull the gun out and you are punching out, you need to know that you're going to find the sights and you're going to hit what you're aiming at. And because normally you're not going to do that in a field with a berm on each side. You're going to do that in a grocery store, right? You're going to do that in a bank or somewhere like that where there are going to be you need to be very, very sure what you're pointing that gun at. And so train to do that, man. Like train to understand this is where my gun is. This is what I'm doing. And I think most people really kind of get into this like macho, or not macho. Macho is not really the right word. The tactical Timmy, whatever mindset of, the only gun I can train with is I shoot a Glock 17. So the only legitimate training gun for me is a Glock 17.
Right.
But no, get a Ruger 2245. Right.
Yuck.
Get a Ruger 2245 and shoot that thing. I have a 2245 light, trail light, whatever, X light. I forget I cannot keep up with Ruger's nomenclature these days. They name everything something different. It used to just be the Ruger Mark II.
Yeah. Well,
and it was Mark II.
It's not really true because they had the competition target, the hunter.
It was always Mark II, and then like depending on what barrel it had, it was true. Yeah, right. You looked at it, it was a Mark II bull barrel. like it was simple. Now it's like it's the Mark. It's not a Mark II. I mean, it used to, and then it was the Mark. It was the Ruger 2245. And now it's the Ruger 22, whatever. I mean, it's this the name. I have to look at the box to see what I'm supposed to call it. But I love that gun as a training gun. I do. I love it. The problem is that the trigger is too good because it doesn't feel like a Glock. And other than that, it's great. So, and I love the SIG. I tried to use the SIG Mosquito back in the day, and it sucked. It sucked. So, and I did everything to make that gun work, bro.
They ended up selling that design to GSG and scrapping it. They were so horrible.
Yeah, I believe
it. Well, I don't even know that GSG makes them anymore, but there for a while, GSG, when they bought them, they were making them they were calling them a Firefly.
Oh yeah. I had one. I tried everything I could possibly do, and it would work sometimes. It would work sometimes, okay, but it was. And then I had the Walther, but the Walther felt like a toy.
The P22 or the
P22,
PPQ 22 or
it looked like a scaled down PPQ.
Okay, that's the PPQ 22. Yeah.
Or not? The PPQ is the duty gun, right?
Yeah. Well, the older one, yeah, but yeah, because now they're the PDP.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the PVPs now, but
before the PDP, it was the PPQ. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a PPQ 22 and I've got a P22.
The PPQ,
and out of those two, the PPQ 22 is better for sure.
So I had a PPQ 22, but it felt even smaller than the SIG does. And then there's another one that's 22 and it looks like a regular duty gun. I cannot think maybe it's a Smith & Wesson 22.
Yeah. M&P 22.
M&P 22. And I think
I've got an M&P pellet gun. That's pretty cool.
I have an airsoft, or not an airsoft. I have a 22 pellet gun it might be an Umarex. It's in here somewhere. My kid plays with. I have to hide it.
I'm sure it is. Oh, they're almost all Umarex if you're talking about the licensed stuff.
Yeah, it's a licensed club. And I love that thing. It shoots pellets or BBs, and I love that thing.
Yeah, same. It's the only M&P I've got because I don't like the M&Ps. So the story behind it is I had a buddy that owned a pawn shop, and I was always forever going in there, and he would call, and somebody had brought a gun in here, he'd know I wanted or whatever.
Sure.
And I was in there one day hanging out. I was just looking around on the shelves, right? Not at the guns, but like the guitars, the radios, that shit, right? Tools. And there on a shelf lies a gun. And I pick it up, and I'm like, did y'all know this was over here? And they're like, we're laughing. And they're like, it's a pellet gun, bro. And I'm like, I got to look at it. I'm like, oh, snap, it is. The slide articulates and everything on this one. Well, half the slide, let me back up, articulates on it when you buy it. It's fucking cool. And it's the same size as an M&P and everything.
Yeah. I have an M&P. I have an M&P VTAC, the one that Vickers did.
Yeah.
The Coyote Brown. And I love that gun. That gun's super accurate. I don't know how, because the barrels in the M&P suck, but this one's super accurate. It's a great gun, and it was just like, it's a tack driver for me, and I really like it. So I was like, I was using it to shoot matches with, so I bought the air gun to the CO2 gun to be my practice gun, and I love that thing. My kid loves that thing, and it's just great. Like, I shoot that thing all the time, and it's so fun because you can practice out in the backyard, and
right,
and it just works out really well. And I really it feels just like, other than the trigger obviously is terrible, but then again, the trigger in the original stock trigger in my M&P was so terrible, I almost sold the gun. I hated that gun when I got it.
Yeah.
Like the M&P, I have this thing about where I like fall in love with the idea of a gun.
Right. Oh, the way it looks. Right.
Yeah. So like the M&P, I love that gun. I love that. Everything about the grip. I like the slide. I like everything about it. But everyone I bought, up until the VTAC was it just didn't live up. Like they're
It's not that they're horrible. They're just like
Yeah, they just don't live up, right? Like, so the accuracy wasn't great. The grip is kind of slick. There's like and you just start, this stuff just adds up, right? And I would buy one, and I have this routine with a lot of guns. I'd buy one, I'd keep it for 6 months or 8 months, and then I'd be like, this thing sucks, and I'd sell it. And then after a few months, I'd be in a gun store, or I'd be perusing arms lists, and look, there's an M&P, man. Right. I'd like to have one of those again. Maybe I just got a bad one or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I would buy those, and then in the VTAC, I actually spent more. I think I paid $800 for that gun. Yeah. It was like brand new. And it was when I think the gun in the retail market was like 12 or something, because it's a Vickers. And so bought the gun off this kid, and I think I paid him $800 for it. And I thought, this has got to be the best of the best M&Ps I can buy. And the accuracy is great. And the sights are legit. But I will be damned if that thing had a trigger in it. Like, it sucked. And I was about to sell it again. I was down talking to some friends of mine, and they're like, hey, you know, Apex has just come out with a trigger for that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, really? I didn't know anybody had a trigger for it. Like, it just didn't exist, you know? And they're like, no, Apex has had it out for like 5 or 6 months now. We actually have one. And I'm like, let's do it up. So I put the no gunsmith trigger in it. I didn't do it. I had the guys there do it because, you know, they were like super excited to do it. They were like, we just wanted to see one, you know? So they put it in for me there on the spot. Like, the minute I said, yeah, I'll take the trigger, they're like, oh, we'll put it in for you. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. Go for it. And they were so excited to look at it and see it and test it. And that trigger's been in that gun for like 15 years, like 16 years now. I bought that gun I probably bought that gun in 2010, 2011.
Yeah. Right.
And I still have it and I still shoot it. But otherwise I hate those guns. And the standard, the M&P Model 1, I don't know what steel they use for the barrels, but I personally know people that have shot them out. Like, just in training and stuff. Like, they're not, I mean, it's not that they're terrible. It's honestly not that they're terrible guns. And to be honest with you, if we really look at a pistol like it should be looked at, if you had to replace a barrel every 20,000 rounds, that's actually pretty cheap versus the amount of ammo that you're shooting.
Right.
Right. And I actually had this conversation with someone the other day, and they're like, wow, you really spend a lot on your guns. And I'm like, well, I mean, that's cheap compared to the ammo. Like, cheap. Like, and he's like, well, how do you figure? And I'm like, well, over the life of this gun, I'm probably going to, you know, I'll shoot 20, 30, 40,000 rounds. You know, that's 10 times the cost of this gun. Right.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, so I don't, the price of the gun is almost negligible. Like, who cares? Like, that's the cheapest part of this whole deal. Like, I don't know that I'm even trying to save money on guns anymore. I'm just trying to save money on ammo. I would that's the critical portion.
No kidding. I was looking at, I did a short the other day with a Smith & Wesson Model 10 and a Taurus 82, which is a copy basically of the Model 10.
Yep.
And got me to thinking, man, how much 38 special ammo do I got? And then so I got around looking. I either got a breakdown and I've got plenty of WM wad cutters cast, so I could load some. And it's like, do I want to load some, or I just want to buy some? And I got to looking around at some 38 special ammo, and I'm like, oh fuck me, like I don't really want to load any, but because I don't want to just set up and spend the time, to be quite honest with you. But at the same time,
yeah. Well, I mean, when we look at it, right, like,
and it wasn't bad. I found some. So I don't know if you've ever shot HSL ammo. But I really like their stuff.
They only make revolver ammo, I think.
No, I've got 300 Blackout, 5.56 and 9, and yeah, I've got several things from them. But they've got 38 special for, I think it was like $32 100 or $30 100. I mean, it's reasonable, yeah. But still, I mean, you're talking about I would want to buy several hundred rounds, so that's dropping. You know, $100 on ammo. Like, do I really want to do that?
So right now, if I buy it, and I don't, but if I did buy a case of 9mm, 1,000-round case right now, I think is $300. Can look just really quick.
What?
Of 9mm.
Okay. Oh, you can get 1,000 rounds depending on what you get. I seen Blazer for $230 for 1,000 free shipping the other day.
Okay. Yeah. So
for Blazer.
Yeah. So I think that, so if you're doing so if you do 230, let's just say $230 per 1,000, and you shoot 20,000 rounds, which I know a lot of people think that, which is
$4,600.
Yeah. The gun's the cheap part.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And when you have someone like I've already shot in the past.
Let's be honest. You're gonna in that many rounds. You're almost for sure gonna have to replace a spring or something.
Springs, maybe the barrel.
Yeah.
I mean, since I got back from SHOT Show, I've shot 1,000 rounds, and I've been busy and I've been sick. I do. Most of the time I try and do 800 rounds a week.
Right.
And so what's the price of the gun at that point? The gun is like the cheap part. Like that's I don't even really think about that part anymore. Same thing with the ARs, like everybody's like, well, it's a barrel. A barrel's like $800. Man, that's a lot. Why can't I get a $200 barrel? And I'm like, well, I'm going to tell you why.
But everything is that way, right? I mean, think about cars, for example, right?
Yeah.
Like you say, so this new one we bought, I mean, we got it for what, like 21 or 22,000 or something.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you think about it, and I just had this morning, I just took it in for the first service, but when I got to have brakes, when I got to have tires, when I got to have air filters, when I got to have an oil change, when I got to, you know what I mean? Like when it's got to go through the car wash, when you put gas in it, right? Like all of these little things, like in like a couple of years time, it's going to add up. And the insurance, it's going to add up to way more than the fucking car cost, And so, guns are the same way. I mean, it costs more to. Like, if you were just going to buy them and put them in a safe, buy them and hang them on the wall, and just be a collector, a literal collector, and look at them, then cool, not a big deal. The price of the gun matters, but other than that, it doesn't. And at the end of the day, like the other part of it too, with guns or with anything, I guess, once you get, and this is something I was talking with Tyler about when I had him on last week or whatever. What was that Average Bait Enjoyer?
Yeah.
Anyway, he was talking about his first gun or whatever, and I said, yeah, it won't be long. You'll buy the first. I said, and then because he was talking about going to the range and practicing and whatnot. And I said, yeah, you'll go to the range. I said, and the guy in the bay next to you'll have something, and he'll let you shoot it. The next thing you know, you've got another one and another one and another one. Mm-hmm. And at some point, it becomes like the price doesn't matter because the fun is worth it. The experience is worth it. Like being able to say I own that is worth it.
Yeah, I mean, well, so
it's intrinsic value, right? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so I go through this with like people when we're talking about building an AR, right? And they're like, well, I can get a barrel from Stoner for $130. I can buy another barrel for $200. And I'm like, man, buy a Black Hole Weaponry, buy a White Oak, buy a Shilling if they'll make you one, which they will, but it might take a minute. Spend $800 on a barrel, buy a proof barrel, right? Spend $800 on a barrel, because if you're gonna spend, $800 on the barrel of the gun, and you're gonna put 10,000 rounds or 20,000 rounds through that barrel before it's shot out, how much do you want to miss?
Yeah. Well, it also depends on what you're doing, though, Grid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even people who are just plinking, people people want to hit, right? Like they don't want to miss, right?
Yeah. But if you're shooting, let's say, let's say you're shooting at a 66% IPSC, or bigger or something, or whatever, or, shit, what is it, an 18 by 36 or whatever, paper target or something, like, you don't need a whole lot,
right,
to be able to hit and to be able to whatever.
Sure.
And I agree, if you want something nice, if you're getting into competition, if you're hunting, if you're, if there's some type of a purpose like that behind it, then yeah, I totally agree with you. Totally agree.
I think it's even more important if you're the guy who goes out and who starts his day shooting by going to his local gun store or sporting goods store the night before and picking up some target ammo, which, I don't know if you've looked at the price of ammo in the actual stores these days, but I mean, a 20 round box of like Hornady Superformance is $30 or $40, right?
Man, I hate that you can't get the steel match. I'm glad I got a bunch of it.
Yeah. And so you go out and you spend, so if you're going out to, let's just say you're a typical AR shooter and you're going to go out and you're just going to put holes in paper at 100 or 200 yards or ring steel at 200 yards or whatever. And, I use the same argument that, buy good glass, because it's not that much more money to buy good glass versus cheap glass and have a scope that works. And you want a barrel that when you sit down at that table and you're going to shoot your 20 rounds for the day or 40 rounds or 100 rounds or whatever you bought. Let's just think about it. If you put 5 boxes on the table of Superformance or Hornady Black or not PMC Gold, the other higher end like the SIG target ammo. Barnes is like $40 a box. If you're gonna spend some money on some good ammo, right? Because you're gonna go out and you're actually gonna go hit something, and you miss because the barrel's not capable of the accuracy. I mean,
but
sucks, man, that sucks.
When I get back to, I've got a lot of stuff that I've got ARs that were literally built off of like gun show, like spare parts tables and shit.
Oh, I'm in that boat. I got a lot of table ARs
and things like that, right? It's like there's an old barrel sitting there. It's like, hey, what do you want for this AR barrel? $20, or whatever, like shit like that, right? Like I don't even know what brand it is. Like who fucking knows? And I got shit like that, right? And like even with those though, like I've got the smallest steel. Well, that's not true. I got some zombie targets that are pretty small, but typically at 100 yards here on the range, I'll shoot at 6-inch. Is usually my 6-inch gongs is usually what I'm shooting at, and I can hit 6-inch gongs with literally like pistols and shit I've got like all day long. Yeah. And a lot of it's because it's my range and I shoot vetted all the time, that sort of thing, right? There's a lot of it. But, if you're somebody that shoots regularly, too, like that's another thing is, I don't know that you have to go all that. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, everybody needs nice shit too.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just about going out and having fun.
Yeah. So and actually, Woody Johnson just kind of reiterated something. Is you can get a M4 AR-15 for $800 at Palmetto State Armory. Don't have $800 or more for a barrel. Yeah, I got it, man. I get it. Well, you don't necessarily have to buy an $800 barrel, but I was just kind of. I mean, a $250 barrel is fine too. But whatever.
Man, I've seen a Radical the other day for less than $400.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of I mean, actually, I think some of the prices are coming down. But
I'm talking about a whole AR.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like $389 or some shit for a Radical.
That's getting back into like 2005 prices right there.
Right? Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like ATI Omni category, which is one of the worst ARs you can fucking have.
Well, it's plastic, so I did I the Bushmaster Carbon X, baby.
Dude, I've got literally, and I've probably told this before. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna look at it right now, just to say I'm looking at it. I've got a drawer in here that is full of carbon 15 uppers that are fucked. Full, a drawer that is full of them. Full of them. I don't know why I keep them.
What, the Carbon X?
Yeah, the carbon 15, the Bushmaster carbon 15.
The carbon 15. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was a Carbon X15 is what it was.
Dude, when those came out, people were calling, oh, I got problems with it. Like, what is it? And they're like, oh, this is carbon. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, order a upper. What
would happen is that
when it comes in, come over here and I'll fucking put it on for you. Yeah.
What was the big problem with those is not that the receiver was plastic. The problem is that they actually made the upper out of plastic and
I said the upper receiver. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe the barrel nut was also plastic.
Yes, and it's proprietary.
I was about that very next thing I was about to say. It's proprietary. So once you take it apart, I don't think it's ever meant to go back together again.
Nope. And here's the thing: where the gas tube comes through, which is hot as shit. Like who had this idea? Okay, we got an upper receiver. This is where all the violence and heat in an AR happens. Let's make that out of fucking polymer. Like I don't even know who thought that was a good idea. But
shockingly, I still have it, but I broke it. I had a Plum Crazy polymer upper.
Yeah,
it uses a standard. It uses everything standard. It has like a molded in aluminum insert for the barrel nut, and it has molded in barrel lugs. And I didn't realize that. And I don't know what happened. I broke the rear lug off of it somehow, doing something stupid. I think I had it mounted in my vice block thing, and I did something weird with it, and I ended up like twisting the upper in a weird way, and it would have broken any upper, but it broke the polymer for sure.
Every one of them in this drawer suffers from one of two issues. The first issue, and they're both pretty equal. The first issue is the rail is not built in on top, is not built into the upper. It's riveted. It's a separate piece that's riveted. And what happens is, because it's polymer and everything heats, and you know what happens when things heat and cool, and the bolt will eventually wear and shear the rivets, and your fucking rail is loose or falls off, right? So that's problem one that I've seen with the carbon 15. The second one that's the most common is there's a brass bushing where the gas tube goes through. Well, that's great that it's trying to dissipate all the heat, but what will happen is, again, hot, cold, that bushing gets loose, and the gas tube will move, and then the bolt will come forward, and the fucking gas key will smack that fucker, and you're replacing the upper and a gas tube.
Yeah, I have not seen that, but I know a lot of people who have problems with the Carbon X15. I have a original Plum Crazy lower that is all plastic.
I do too. Is yours the OG, the actual purple one?
No, it's black.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
But it has the plastic.
The actual purple.
It's all plastic. Everything is plastic except the springs. The trigger's plastic. The hammer's plastic.
Yep.
I still can't get over it. And it works. I've had it for like 15 years. And it still works.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep.
Like, it just, I use it on I actually have it on a 6mm AR.
Well, I've got a second gen. I've got two of them now. I'm thinking about it, because my youngest daughter's hunting rifle has one, and then I've got a second gen New Frontier polymer lower.
Yeah.
Right? Now the lower is the only thing that's polymer on it. And it's got the bushing at the back for the tube. You know, it was the second gens were done right. But anyway, have had no issues out of that. I got one on hers, and then I've got a 24-inch bench rifle with one that's on there. They've been on there forever. And I will tell you this, I've also got, because after like the third gen or something of the polymers, New Frontier started making aluminum lowers. The New Frontier polymer lowers are better than the aluminum lowers. Like, I don't know what their fucking issue is with, but they could not make an aluminum lower to save their life, but they did all right with the polys.
I don't have a New Frontier poly lower, but I have had that Plum Crazy lower forever. And I mean, even the pins, pins that hold the upper receiver on are plastic.
Yeah,
it's crazy. And but I've never had a problem out of that.
Yeah, I've got one on a pistol that's probably definitely circa AWB ending. So, you know, 04, 05, you know, something like that. It's 20 years old, easy.
Yeah. And so you have one of the purple ones?
Mine's purple, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was like the very first production run. And
it's not like, for those that are out there, you know, that don't know what we're talking about. It's not like Barney purple. It's almost like a black cherry almost.
Yeah, it's a very special color for sure.
It's a dark purple in the right light. Like in a low light, it would look black.
Yeah,
but you get out in the sun, it's definitely purple.
Yeah. One of my friends, I'm going to have him on the show here soon, Russell Fagan. He was part of Cav Arms.
Now, didn't they take over?
They took over for Plum Crazy.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah,
they did the whole thing where the stock is integrated, and
I had one of those at one time.
Yeah,
and I didn't have any problems. I ended up selling it when
you won't have any problems out of them. They're solid.
When the 13 Crazy started, I just, man, even a poly lower receiver back then after Sandy Hook, you know, even a poly lower, you could get several $100s for it.
Yeah.
You know, and like I got offered an offer I couldn't refuse on that rifle. And, I had to sell it. But I had no problems up to that point with it. And then I had, it was something. But I'll tell you, I did have a guy that got one of their AR-10 lowers, and he had issues with it. He had all kinds of hell with the AR-10 lower. Now, that being said, like you said earlier, you can go buy a brand new fucking Ferrari and have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I don't mean shit, but
yeah. So my buddy Russell Fagan, he either owns now or is part owner or whatever. Cav Arms, and they've done a massive amount of durability testing on them. They have broken a bunch of them on purpose, and they really do. They really do have a lot of information.
Now,
they're not.
Are they still making the one with the A2 stock and all built in?
Yeah, that's the Cav Arms. They
still make it?
Yep. Yeah. Well, for now, I don't know that they're making them currently. There was a big lawsuit, and it just got settled this year. And Russell, I think, has control of everything. And I think when I talked to him at SHOT, he said that he was probably going to make a run of lowers in like the original OD green, like the real deal Cav Arms lower. But after that, he's like, I think they have enough stock on hand to deal with what the orders are, and I don't know if they're going to do much more than that.
Well, I just asked because, you know, now that we're talking about them, it's like, fuck, I need to get another one of those. I shouldn't have sold that.
Yeah, I actually need to reach out to Russell this week.
That would be a good base for another retro build of some kind.
Yeah. I know that they've got one that has over 50,000 rounds through it. and they've shot 223. I think he said 45 ACP and 9mm have been fired through uppers mounted on that one receiver.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. And they just beat the living shit out of it.
That's actually a good design, because most poly lowers I've seen that fail at the buffer tube.
Yeah.
And because that's all built together, you don't have that issue.
Yeah. And so anyway, so I'm going to be, Mary, I'm going to talk to him tomorrow maybe. And I will absolutely, it's a really great, I mean, I don't like it. It doesn't fit me, and I don't like the cav arms lower, but for most people, I think it's probably really good.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And
it'll be good enough for me to do some type of a retro build out of.
Oh, yeah. You would. Yeah.
It's just a play toy anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I've got to talk to him. Matter of fact, I may call him tomorrow and just see what he's doing. I saw him at SHOT. He looked well, and I think he's really glad the lawsuit and everything is over. Yeah. I mean, it was a bunch of nonsense.
Now, did you just bump into him, or did they have a booth?
I just bumped into him. We actually it was funny. I was over at Desert Tech and talking, and I ran into Craig Outson, who's another competitive shooter that I knew from back in the day, and he's working with Desert Tech and their marketing right now. And I'm like, hey man, this is what I'm doing. And as a matter of fact, I need to get a hold of Craig and talk to him as well. But and we had a great conversation about where he is in life now. He's what he's doing, and I'd heard that he'd had some health issues, and that was fortunately he's through those. And then while I'm talking to him, Russell comes wandering by, and I'm like, dude, I was looking for you. I was like, how fortuitous is this? I'm like, this is great that you just wandered by, because I was going to go look for you later. I heard that he was there. And I knew that if he was there, I would probably, he's a very noticeable human being. And, I knew that if he was there, I was going to bump into him at some point, and I was just, hoping for luck of the draw. And he, and sure enough, I bump into him while I'm talking to Craig, and we're all old buddies. We've all shot the same matches. We all know the same people, and we're just sitting there bullshitting. And, I think Russell is, I don't really know what Russell's doing right now. He was working with Quarter Circle 10, doing the PCC thing and he worked with, he either works with or worked with KE Arms doing the Glock and PCC thing. Yep. And, and I don't know I don't know if he completely owns Cav Arms now or what the deal is there, but he's just been in the firearms industry in Arizona for so long, and he's been such a part of it that, it's hard to tell what pies he has his fingers in. Right. But he's a really good guy to know, and he's I don't know. I think I've only shot with him a few times, but I really think I kind of think the world of him, right? Like, I think he's just a really good dude that, does things the hard way. He used to shoot every single match in armor. Like, before there was an armored class or an armored division for you to shoot in, he and like 5 other dudes would kind of have their own armored tactical class or whatever, armored whatever, right? Yeah. So, and that's what he did. And he, then they actually named the division, what did they call that? It was Trooper. They named it Trooper Division, and you had to carry all of your gear. It was at Hard as Hell. They actually named this division for him and the dudes that he brought every year to come shoot this match. And to be in trooper, you had to carry all of your ammo, all of your guns, all of everything. And the only time you could set it down was when you were on stage shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it had to be on you. Right. And so, and you had to park, I think it was a half a mile away or a quarter of a mile away from the gate to the range and walk in with all of your gear every morning. And walk into the range and walk to your first stage. And the whole day had to do all your gear. And then at the end of the day, you had to walk all the way out.
Wow.
Every day. And if you didn't do that, then you weren't in trooper. But trooper had a lot of like benefits. Like you could use anything you carried basically. So if you wanted I know a guy who brought a 6.5 Grendel upper for his rifle so that when he got on the long range stage, it was like super easy. like he just swapped uppers out and smoked us all into the dirt because he has a 6.5 Grendel with like a 3 to 14 scope on it, 3 to 12. We're all shooting 8 power, at most.
Right.
He smoked us all right into the dirt with that. And then, but yeah, he did, they named the division after him. I just really like the guy. I really think he's a cool dude. So, yeah, but, I'll reach out to him. I may try and reach out to him, in the morning. It's already today, right now. But, Clover, I'm going to go to bed. You need to go to bed.
I got a doctor's appointment at 7 o'clock in the morning. So.
You better go to bed. You got 6 hours to sleep. So you've got 6 hours to sleep. You need every one of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get out of here. I really appreciate everybody who stayed for all of the gun prattle. I'm going to be editing this later, and it'll show up over on the Gun Prattle channel. In the meantime, everybody, you guys have a great rest of your evening. It's been wonderful having everyone out tonight. It's been awesome. And I just want to say, guys, just have a great rest of your evening or morning, as the case may be. Go have fun, be cool, and enjoy the outro.
I'll give you
No, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like. I can't understand like just a whole like wall of like text. You can like say something and respond or not, but I'm like, you're like, obviously I'm not gonna engage with your argument like that. Like what? Like that's so lame.